Hi there. We would like to thank Zack Snyder, Matthew D'Elia, Evan Ritchie, Kenneth Buchanan, and Andrew Fornerides. All of these people and more have gone to patreon.com/Duckfeed.tv to help us out. Once again, that is patreon.com/Duckfeed.tv.
My name is Gary Butterfield.
My name is Cole Ross.
And you're listening to Watch Out for Fireballs. It is a Games Club podcast.
And this week we are talking about Bioshock Infinite, which is a first-person shooter developed by Irrational Games and published by 2K Games for the PC, Xbox 360, and PS3 in 2013.
Yeah. Rounding out another series.
Yep.
I love when we finish these series.
I know, right?
Yeah, this is our first premium episode.
It is indeed. So we've talked about this in other places before, but if this is the first time you've learned of this, under the current Patreon model, what we are doing is we are making one episode of Watch Out for Fireballs per month premium, which means that the entire thing will be available on our Patreon feed. However, if you're listening in the public, what you're going to get is a preview. So you're hearing this and you're going to hear up through the generalities. Kind of after we talk about the mechanics and the development and the legacy. And if you want to get the rest, you can go to Patreon.
Yep, it's for $5 backers. So you get one of those every month. You get 2 episodes of Bonfireside Chat. You get a couple episodes of Abstract Suffering. You get a bunch of stuff.
Yes.
So, and those, you'll get the archive of it. So if you say, hey, like, I can't afford the $5 a month, wait a few months, save $1 a month. Then throw us $5 and listen to those back episodes.
Yes.
We understand people will do that. We think it is okay.
We built it
in.
Yeah,
we built it in.
Yeah.
So, regardless of how you're here, welcome.
Yeah.
To what's going to be like a little bit of like a cranky stomp fest, but like maybe an interesting one. Like imagine like a little bit of like a train wreck or like a bad prom. Bad Prom?
Yeah, Bad Prom. Everybody's
bad
favorite
prom.
movie.
Everyone's just going to look over and be like, oh, Bad Prom.
Ooh, Bad Prom.
But you can't not look because, somebody got up on stage and is doing a choreographed something.
This is,
somebody proposed. It's like, oh.
Oh, no, don't propose at prom.
No, I gotta go. Like, I'll go to the bathroom. I don't like this.
Please don't twerk while you hold that baby.
Yeah, stop baby twerking. Why'd you bring your prom baby to prom? Like you conceived it at junior prom and you had it. You're bringing it to senior prom? No prom babies. No baby should be in prom twice.
Oh man. Yeah, this is
prom?
So this episode 227, we've talked about roughly that many games. This is kind of unique. At least it is for me, and I don't know about how it is for you. I generally don't come into a game that we play for the show with too strong of a preconceived notion. Like the strongest that I come into it with is, I remember liking this when I was young. I hope that I still like it, but I'm ready for it to not, right?
To qualify that, like with too preconceived of a negative notion, because we go into things with a positive feeling all the time.
Yeah.
Where we're like, oh yeah, like I fucking love Resident Evil 2. Let's cover it. Like I know that stands up.
Yes.
We don't go in with like a hit squad. Like that's not what we do.
That was
this.
Absolutely my posture coming into this though.
And it's rare. And the reason why I wanted to cover it is like one, is that we are fans of the series, like having done last year, we did Bioshock Infinite 2 or Bioshock 2. And we're just like, oh, this is a good series. We want to round it out. And 2, I think that the way that this fails, is very interesting from 2 perspectives. Like 1, from a cultural perspective, and 2, from like a game perspective, And the cultural perspective has been talked to death.
Yes.
Like, nice little bit of kismet, like about a week before we recorded this, Critical Distance published a compilation of like the critical body of work on Bioshock Infinite.
That is so good.
It's super good. Like from the early on kind of praise to people kind of taking a step back to examinations from every angle. And as we talked about before, like we're not super equipped to do that. Like if you go back to the Hellblade episode, we're not really equipped to do the like mental health takedown of that game.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly, we're going to complain about the politics of this, but we are not, there are smarter people than us taking it to task for that.
Yeah.
What I do think that there is a hole for is talking about this as a video game though.
Yeah.
And we're good at that. And I think that that is something that even, in that Critical Distance that doesn't get touched on very much. It's something that hasn't been talked about a whole lot.
Right.
So like, we're definitely going to complain about all that context stuff and the story and all of those things that are not great. But also I want to look at Bioshock Infinite as a video game, which just kind of hasn't happened very much.
Yeah.
In this. Even when it came out. Like even when it came out, it was more, this is capital I important.
Yes.
Let's move on. Like this, this feels important-y in my hands, and that's the 10 out of 10.
Yep.
Important.
Important. Big game, expensive,
yeah.
Important. Yeah. And what I will say is that even though we are not equipped really to add an awful lot to the body of work about the cultural stuff that this swings at and whiffs, there is integration with theme and play with the story that Ken Levine actually wanted to tell. And that is absolutely worth taking as many shots at as we can.
Yeah. Agreed. Like we are going to. I just want to say we're not the definitive work on that.
No.
There are other people who have more skin in that game who have written better things.
Yes.
So, and also, I mean, just because some people like the takedown, some people don't. There are things to like about this game. There are set pieces I think are really great.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about those moments as well. So like, just know it's not going to be a grim death march.
Right.
We understand that people come to us for different things. Some people like negative episodes. Some people dislike them. And this is, to your point, it is unique that we are coming into this kind of knowing what it's going to be, but it is not going to be 100% dour because there are things to like.
Yes. Also, because it is impossible to avoid talking about the politics in this, we're not going to apologize for what we think is right and wrong. No. We know that bugs certain people, but there's no caveat beyond this one that we're going to give.
In this game, it's crazy that it would bother people.
Yeah.
Because the complaining about the politics of this, like, it just feels like it should be where you're at. Like, right. I understand that also, again, rankles people, but it's like, man, the political the presentations of this are really ugly.
Yeah.
And some of that's 2019 brain, but also some of it just feels like it just kind of is.
Yeah.
So just so you know what you're getting into before you go into it. So in Bioshock Infinite, you play as Booker DeWitt, who is a private investigator with a violent past, and you are hired to infiltrate the flying city of Columbia and rescue the girl who is being held captive there. To
wipe away the debt.
Yep. Debt. Gotta go.
Yep.
That girl gotta come.
Yep.
Gotta stay.
Yeah. She's not in the right place. So this takes place in 1912. And there are no immediately apparent links between this and the first Bioshock games, the Rapture ones, but it very quickly takes a hard left turn and crashes right into that continuity.
So the apparent link is an iconoclast makes a sanctuary city.
Yes.
So it had the feeling of an entry in the series that was going to be almost an anthology of what do these extreme ideologies look like when considered as a place.
Yes.
Which one of the themes of me replaying this and this episode will be, I wish this was more what it said it was on the surface.
Me too.
Like that I am down for. Give me a series of, and yes, that's like less quote unquote important, but as we will see, like, this game biffs the important stuff.
Yeah.
In a way that's insulting. Like, it's not just like doesn't, it almost lands, but it doesn't quite. Like, it's actually pretty shitty.
Yeah.
What it does with that stuff. So like, just give me like a monster of the week. Like, here's a fucking weirdo, and here's the city they made in a remote area. Like, oh, like this person, is a chauvinista and they live in the Arctic.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like just give me these weirdo fucking cities to explore and give me that sense of place.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the reasons why I loved Bioshock.
Yeah.
The first one.
Just let me look at the way ideology can shape physical space.
Yes, which is one of the cool things it does. Like we talked about in Bioshock, that it's not the hard-hitting critique of objectivism that it could be. However, it does portray even a cartoonish way, like here's an objectivist society, like, here is paying for the toilet, and here are schools where they teach you not to share.
Right.
And stuff like that. Like, that does come across. And I would have been down for that. And this feels like an extension of that for the first maybe third of it.
Yes.
We're going to talk about mechanics before we get into the setting and themes, because this is one of the biggest ways the game takes a biff.
Yes.
I think, and it's one of the least talked about things about it.
So, the most important thing to come away from this, I think, for me, is that this is not an immersive sim. Bioshock 1 and 2 were already pretty far on the end of that continuity. It was not specifically, as crunchy or as fiddly as, say, System Shock, the game that it took its name from.
Yeah.
Right. This falls right off of the edge of that continuity and lands right in mediocre first-person shooter land.
Yep, it is a corridor shooter. The things it's missing from System Shock are like RPG elements more than anything. The things it's missing from immersive sims in this is that sense of reality and moving through a lived-in place.
Yes.
This has a couple set pieces that present the idea of Colombia. It happens twice, like in the game, pretty much 2 to 3 times in the game.
Yeah.
But the places don't feel like you are exploring anything that has its own purpose. And the other thing is, you don't feel like, the other thing about immersive sim is having the game kind of move independently around you.
Yes.
There's no simulation elements of this. And the way that was handled in the earlier Bioshock games were through security systems and through big daddies. And splicers having their own kind of wants, like them seeking the little sisters on their own, regardless of your presence. There's a certain apathy to an immersive sim, to your presence. And here, everything is waiting for you to come shoot it in a way that is a corridor shooter.
Yeah, you can sense them like waiting in the wings, like hiding behind the scenery at Disneyland.
Yeah.
As opposed to a capital I, capital S immersive sim where you have to reach out and meet the world. The world just kind of comes at you.
Exists for you.
Yeah, the world just comes at you in a queue, almost.
And the world, it's not enough.
No.
Mr.
Brosnan told us this.
Yeah. There's also not a sense of stories being told with the environment.
Right.
There's, one or two like corpses that tell a story in this, but it is a nod.
Yeah.
And one of the big things, and we'll talk about this during the body of the episode as well, but is and it's just missing, is how audio logs are handled. And it feels like it's going to be minor. Like, some people are going to think this is a minor point, but one of my favorite things that happens in Bioshock 1 and 2 is you go into like an old abandoned bar, or you go into someone's apartment, you find their diary, you walk around, you see them, they have killed themselves. There's a bottle of pills. There's a wedding ring on the, the nightstand, and you hear them talking about how they miss their love, their lost love, and how the city is going to shit. And it's like, okay, that is a really little bit of microfiction about this person. Here, the audio logs tell the grand story of the history of the place, and they are nonsensibly placed.
Right.
Like, you go into a free library that uses the honor system, grab an audio log that is from the God King of the city, explaining things that he would not want citizens of the city to know.
Right. When these audio logs, the voxophones, are introduced as like this miraculous personal memo system.
Yes. How did this get here? Why is it here? As
why is he recording it?
Why is he recording his evil secrets? Like, none of that stuff makes sense, and that creeping feeling that none of this makes sense permeates the entire game.
Yes.
Like, it is there for you. You are not going through a real place. You are going through levels. And it never stops feeling like that for the whole game.
And that's just smaller. It's pettier than the way space was used previously. And it's frustrating because they can do it. The
people who, and this, I mean, we'll talk about the development in a little bit, but like, I'm not so naive as to think they forgot how to make a game.
Mm-hmm.
They still know how to do it. They just decided either the mess that was the development of this meant that they didn't have time, or this is something that's been painted over so many times that it has become abstract as opposed to being a level, or they just decided very consciously, hey, this is not a value to us this time around. And I suspect it's the second one, because this game does have, the illusion of a grand swing it wants to take, that I feel like the creative kind of force behind it, I know that's not necessarily only one person,
right?
But the creative force behind it considers more important than all of these things that it did before. And that's a choice. I get that choice. All those things you did before were things that I loved. This thing that you have chosen, I do not love.
Yeah.
I think is less special, less interesting, and also just like requires less craft. The ending of this, when it shows its hand, that is undeniably a little bit neat, is 10 minutes of cutscene, but it's at the end of going through 8 hours of bad corridor shooter.
Yeah. This is
what they sold is just insane.
Yep.
They gave away the fucking baby.
Yep.
Like, and they didn't even get the debt race.
Yeah, they gave away a baby in a game that is specifically about why that's a bad thing to do.
Yeah, for sale, free baby never worn. Saddest short story that's ever been. Bioshock Infinite. Like,
Yeah, I have a point. This point's raised a little bit later. I jotted it down, but in thinking about the nature of fate versus choice, specifically in a work of fiction, which he had done even with the "Oh gosh, would you kindly" twist in Bioshock 1, it feels like Ken Levine kind of arrived at the idea that choice is an illusion everywhere, disregarding the fact that video games are designed spaces and it's possible to build meaningful choice into them.
You get you get to make this.
Yes.
like this, you're crafting it, bud.
Yeah. Like you control every single aspect of this. And what you are doing is making a worse thing for kind of a half considered point.
Right. If the point of Bioshock 1 is that choices in video games are illusion, then part of the point, or a possible interpretation of Bioshock Infinite, is that choice in general is an illusion. And how many levels of stoned at Denny's do you have to be on, my dude, to think that's true? And what kind of privilege do you have to think that?
Yeah.
And I'm not even talking about like a racial privilege. Like, it's not even, this is not SJW soapbox. I'm saying, like, to feel so secure and happy and free as that, like, with the kind of creative power, creative control, and wealth and life that you want, to feel like choices don't matter. Of course it doesn't matter if you have everything you want.
Right.
Like, it's very easy to just like say like, oh, like it, it doesn't matter what I do at this point, because it's all intellectual. Whereas then there's real people who are making these choices that actually matter. And then you done fucked up and you show that happen in the game.
Right.
Like, you undercut yourself with
Yeah.
that point. And part of like we're going to get into is that even the kind of grand message this wants to get into is very confused.
Yeah. But
it is not coherent.
But even in the original Bioshock, that was a story about, how choice in video games doesn't matter, et cetera, et cetera. You still had tons of choice about the way you approach that. Yeah. Right? Like, it was, the key mechanic of that game, outside of exploring this space and kind of understanding what went on here, the key mechanic was looking at an area and then deciding how you wanted to approach it to take down the Big Daddy, right? There was tons of room for player expression that he just stripped and winnowed away, kind of in the service of this point that doesn't land. He made he made a worse game to support a grander. He made a worse game to support a worse point. Yeah.
Yeah. A point that's less worth making.
Yeah.
And a lot of that level design. So I want to something that, like, so my favorite video games critic is Noah Caldwell-Gervais, who does videos on old PC stuff generally, and he's a national treasure, and he's my favorite, and everyone should go patronize him. He loves this game, and he did a video of it, and it's the most I've ever disagreed with him. And he talks about the level design and our next point about the weapons of supporting that choice being the same. Like, you have a choice between two things. Like, it is a game about these binary choices. So he's saying in the level design, like, when you can go up a hallway or down a hallway but end up at the same point, at the end, he's like, that supports the theme.
Yeah.
And it's like, maybe, but that is not what you sold, is too valuable for that. Like, it's not it. even if the end point you're trying to make, even if he didn't make a worse game to make a worse point, even if you think that point is good, he definitely made a worse game.
Yeah.
Like you sold so much of what you have to do. And this and Pyre make, an interesting companion because they are both games where I feel like really underlining the importance, it really matters what you're doing in a video game.
So much. And like
what am I doing with my hands at most moments?
Yeah.
That matters. It has to be fun to move around. It has to be fun to like do things like it doesn't have to be fun. It has to at least be interesting and engaging.
Mm-hmm.
And this just kind of isn't.
Yeah. And so like I can appreciate where Noah's coming from on that. Like interesting design theses expressed through, one or two things, but like that just does not hold at a product at this length. If you're trying to make that point in an experimental way, you can't have us doing something unfun and uninspired in support of it because you get it pretty quick.
Yeah. That could be like a Ludum Dare game or something like that. Or just like work on it more to integrate it better.
Yes.
In a way that feels better.
Or don't sacrifice something better to give me this.
Yep.
Like
so we talked about the two different paths in the level design that comes up again and again. You can also, you're limited to only holding 2 weapons.
Mm-hmm. And this is a standard first-person shooter thing specifically on consoles. I don't think Halo was the first one to do it, but they are adopting the Halo model of, you do not have an arsenal that you carry with you all at once at one time. Similar to Bioshock, you just pulled up the wheel and selected the item that you wanted. No, you just, pick up a gun, fire it until it's out of ammo, and then they will give you another weapon that is more suited to the situation, either in the environment or in an enemy that you're going to come up to.
Yep. You can also upgrade these at vending machines. One of the very key piece of information that this game doesn't tell you that is mandatory, like I think tutorial thing, is that your upgrades carry across all instances of the weapon.
Yes.
So the first time I played this, I didn't realize that.
Okay.
And like I just knew a little bit. It was 2013. I knew a little bit less. Now I would be like, I'm assuming it's going to carry across all instances because it would be absolutely nonsense if it didn't.
Yes, I'm upgrading this gun that I'm going to discard when I find a sniper rifle.
Yeah, I was like, this is so dumb, and I was really mad. This time I knew that it carried across your instances. It doesn't make it as better as I thought it would because I spec'd for the carbine and the shotgun because they were plentiful and they were good in like long range, short range, and I still ran out of ammo with regularity and had to switch to off weapons. I still ran into situations that those weren't good for because they just, even with all upgrades, ended up underpowered. I don't know if this is a note, but the actual enemy design in this game is really bad. Enemies are exceedingly tanky.
Yes.
In this game, to where like with my shotgun, I was upgrading at every possible opportunity. Many times fights would play out like a Final Fantasy 1 fight.
Yep.
Where we were standing roughly 10 feet apart. I would empty a clip into them. Then they would, they'd be fine. Like they would start returning fire. I would throw a plasmid at them just to put them off their game. To give me enough time to reload and then just empty half of another clip and they would die. And we're not talking about handymen. We're not talking about, the Klansmen or anything like that. It's just a dude.
Yeah. It's just a dude walking around on 2 feet.
Yeah, football armor or whatever. But to take more than a shotgun blast, like the weapons, not only do they have that upgrade system and you're limited to 2 of them, they feel like shit.
Yep.
And they're really not powerful. And you can just like empty bullets into these people who just have unlimited capacity for it. It feels like.
Yep.
And all those things play together to make it like, even this time when I had the foreknowledge to go into it, and upgrade it, I was like, okay, I'm going to pick a couple weapons, concentrate on them, but be open to other weapons. But these are where I'm going to put my upgrades. I'm being thoughtful about where I put my upgrades. It still didn't make the weapon satisfying to use.
Yes. And this is even if you are engaging with the plasmid, the Vigors system, rather, right?
Which I had to do.
Right. You just have to. Everybody else. Reload. Yeah. Like I need to make space for myself. Like this isn't a game where you set traps, but like, I don't know, I'll set a trap here. Seems like there's not really an awful lot of other places for those guys to go, so they're probably going to run through it. Like all of that. It just comes down to, these Derringers are powerful weak, like
exactly.
you cannot, there's no feel to it. And I understand
Getting
that.
the thing that's like fucking like the mortar weapon.
Uh-huh.
Like it's like shooting bombs. And then like this, why is this not hurting anyone?
Yeah.
It causes you guys to stumble for a second, but I have to unload a clip of even this like very powerful weapon that's hard to aim. I have to unload a literal clip
Right.
into them.
Yeah. And so like in the original BioShock, it made sense because these are spliced up mutants, who turn themselves into botched supermen. So, okay. Yeah. Like it makes a little bit more sense within the game.
Even then they weren't as bullet spongy as this.
Yeah.
Like,
but it's like there's no justification in the fiction for this.
Yeah. They're just guys.
Yeah.
This is just police and mailmen.
Mm-hmm.
That you're killing, civil servants.
Yes.
Like, constantly in this. And so there's no reason for them to be quite as strong, but also this is the strongest they've ever been, in the game. So that is just like a real bummer. And we'll talk about the individual enemies as we run into them, but like they are bummers.
Yeah. Yeah.
You also have a shield instead of this plays in the health system, which we'll talk about in a second. That makes me want to die. You have an electromagnetic shield you get that kind of restores after some time after avoiding damage. It's extremely weak.
Mm-hmm.
Like it does not last very long.
It lets you take a few shots, even fully.
It takes like
upgraded.
1 or 2 shots.
Yeah,
and that's if you put all of your points into it.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the first time I played, I was like, that sounds good.
Yes.
The first time I played, and I put all my points into it and struggled. This time I was like, oh, the shield is bullshit. I'm going to put all my points into health and vigors, and did 1,000 times better. Like a weird difference between my first playthrough this and this one is this one was not hard.
Right.
The first playthrough, I actually had a pretty hard time with some of the things. This time it's like, well, no, I get it, but it didn't make it more fun.
Mm-hmm.
It just made it easier. And one of those things is like the shield is a trap. Like the shield is okay, but you just don't get meaningful upgrades by putting points into it.
Yes. So, you do have health. There is a health bar that is depleted after your shield runs out. And you think, okay, I will find med kits or whatever, and that's there. But you also restore it like in Bioshock by rooting around in garbage and eating trash apples.
Yeah, I mean, you have to find med kits. There aren't med kits like there are in Bioshock.
Yes.
Where you carry them with you. It's mostly eating trash apples. So like the healing in this game is broken down into a couple different things. Like most of the healing I did was finding garbage.
Yes.
Like was eating a hot dog out of the garbage.
I really enjoy that the people of Colombia have adopted the pocket dog philosophy.
Yeah, everyone's got a pocket dog. You can just suck it out of their pocket.
Yeah.
So like just thinking about how that got approved as an idea for like how you heal, like it ruins any kind of immersion. Like it's very silly.
Yes.
To in the middle of a heated firefight go dig through the trash, right? And we're not the first people to point this out. Like
right.
It is a commonly known dumbass thing about this game.
Right.
But even when replaying it, I was surprised by how few health kits there were. It's mostly eating garbage out of the trash.
Yeah, you're just nickel and diming yourself with gutter slurry. Yeah.
And it's ludicrous.
Yeah.
And it means that you don't have the sense of like, so this impacts a lot of things. Something that's been a theme this month we talked about is how eliminating a power-up system in your game has far-reaching impacts on your level design. So in Bioshock 1, one reason to go into a disused corner is you might find an Eve hypo or a health kit. That's valuable. I want that. That means I can fight for longer. Here, you can find ammo sometimes, you can find money sometimes, but with that reduced like 2 classes of pickup eliminated, the level design suffers because when you get rid of things you can put in hidden places, you disincentivize looking in those places. And it's something that I need, like, I feel like I like woke up to like this, it's something that came up a lot in Bloodborne in Bonfireside Chat, but just seeing it everywhere now.
Just give me a reason to go places, please.
Give me a reason to fucking go places. Like it is such a good feeling when you find a hidden nook and you find something cool there. Gotta give me give me something fucking cool, man. Like, and if you weren't going to make it if you weren't going to make it like an actual health pickup, at the very least it could be more meaningful than ammo or a gun that I don't want to use because of your nonsensical gun thing.
Yes.
Like, oh, I can't pick this up. Like, oh, it's a rocket launcher if I go here, but I don't like using the rocket launcher. It only has like 2 bullets. So yeah, this health system is ludicrous, and I can't think of why they changed it. I don't know why they didn't do health kits because health kits worked really well.
I don't know. So I'm like, maybe possibly the shift to the 2 weapons. They also thought, let's go full Halo and make it so you have the shield and the health, and then this is just them balancing, like balancing towards something worse.
It is a 2013 game, and some of that was the style at the time.
Yes,
so that makes sense. But it does mean, like, without health kits, there's no sense of like flexing for an encounter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a really fun part of games that have a resource system, is gathering up your resources and taking you into a boss, or seeing the game give you like 2 health kits on the ground and being like, oh shit, what's coming up? That's a really great feeling that video games are kind of uniquely poised to give you.
Mm-hmm.
And this loses it. Like, if I find 2 hot dogs in the garbage, I'm not like oodalali. It's just an orphan's birthday. It's nothing fucking special, Like, it doesn't make me feel good as a gamer American. Like, it.
Right. Yeah. So health system, literal garbage.
Yep. You can upgrade those things with, again, those infusions.
Mm-hmm.
There are plasmids. They're called vigors now. And they function just like plasmids. They're a little bit more limited.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's less utility. It's more like they either do a crowd control or they can do a trap version of that.
Yeah.
There's much less utility. There's not like, there's not as this one makes like security systems home in on people specifically.
Yeah.
And eventually it will summon a little bot for you. Like, there's nothing like quite as creative.
No, it's mostly direct damage or damage over time.
Yep,
or holding somebody in place.
Yep, it's almost exclusively those things. It also fits into the fiction way worse.
Mm-hmm.
It makes no sense. I mean, we'll talk about it when we get to it, but one of the dumbest things in this game is somebody giving you a vending machine robbing plasmid for free
right.
at a fair. Like, there's no, robbing a vending machine using a plasmid played into the theming of Bioshock,
mm-hmm.
because it is this ultra-capitalist society, and as people became addicted to this drug, like, some of that veneer went away, and they wanted to seal. Here, it's like, it doesn't even make that much sense to have plasmids in general.
Right.
The kind of focus on weapons and plasmids in this, there's a little bit of a nod to it being kind of Second Amendment
mm-hmm.
stuff, like you have the right to defend yourself. But the kind of playfulness of it, like the way that they have these little educational films about them that is
mm-hmm.
carried over from Bioshock, and their ubiquity, does not, like, the average citizen of Columbia makes less sense having Shock Jockey than the average citizen of Rapture having, Shock Jockey.
Yeah. So vigors come up in the main narrative of this almost, let's say, 2 times, 3 times. Like, there's one point where it turns out like, oh, they power their equipment using this particular one, whereas the plasmids were just integrated with the entire story setting and plot of Bioshock. Like, these feel like, they didn't know how to design a game without plasmids.
It gotta have, it wouldn't be a Bioshock game without these. And can you imagine the combat without this, right? Like, can you imagine going through this as just a shooter? It would be hell.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to have something fun to do, but it doesn't integrate into the fiction very well. Yes. Because ultimately, and that's a symptom of the ultimate problem of this, which is that the fiction is superfluous.
Yes.
All of the work getting to buy you into this fiction is not what the game wants to do, and you are an idiot for being interested in it. And this game is laughing at you.
Yeah, why in the world? Why in the world would you
about that?
Would you think that matters? You stupid idiot!
Like, I'm telling you a short story, and you can think it's cool, but what's way cooler is me at Denny's arranging straws to explain time travel. and like that, why would some idiot be interested in this narrative when you could be interested in this? The vigors, and we'll talk about the individual vigors as we run into them.
Right.
There's also this nonsensical magical clothing fucking system.
Why?
I don't know why you get magic clothes.
Yeah.
Just
this is an especially dashing hat. I think that it really complements
the fire when they hit me. Yeah. Like, this is this cool hat that I found by lock picking my way into a library, and if anyone punches me, they get set on fire.
Yeah,
this is the kind of clothing they have in Colombia. Whereas, like, these are the closest thing is tonics, which they have in Bioshock.
Mm-hmm.
The tonics in Bioshock are actually like integrated into a story where people talk about them
mm-hmm.
in audio logs.
Yeah.
There's like, my husband has been tired lately. Maybe he needs to get the sports boost tonic.
Mm-hmm.
The sports boost tonic, which allows you to run faster and stuff, is used in sports.
Yeah.
Like, here, certain hats will make it so when you empty your gun of ammo, it will actually automatically refill without you having to do anything. And not one person in the entire game talks about the clothing system.
Right.
It is entirely a function of gameplay and is not integrated in the narrative whatsoever.
Yeah. Just like, why? Nobody stops to ask why. Nobody preemptively tries to answer the question why.
Nope, you're just playing a video game. It is not a sense of place. It is not a believable society. It's none of these things you want from this franchise, and dare I say, from video games.
Yeah.
It is just a corridor shooter with power-ups at this point. You know, the clothing system, this is very annoying. And the fact that, like, you know, I always went on my way to get them in case they would be good. I would say about, like, going to the tonic things in Bioshock, I would, like, create a build. So, like, if you go way back to the Bioshock episode, I do melee builds generally for the old Bioshock games. And you can do that with a tonic. It, like, allows you to make a build. I forgot what I was wearing 100% of the time in this game.
I looked at it. I looked at my wardrobe at the end of the game. Half of the pieces in it I got in the first third.
Yep. Because I just, like, didn't, I was like, oh, this seems to be working fine.
Yeah.
Like, they're not fun to get. And this is what they have instead of this being, like, behind a stairwell, this is the treasure they put behind resource sinks. So this is like the equivalent of the storage rooms in Dead Space or something like that, where it's like, you know, oh, I've used a degree of lockpicks to get in here. You want a meaningful treasure. If you weren't getting one of those vigor upgrades or, you know, those elixirs, you were getting this, and it just never felt super good.
Yes. I want to hang a lantern on something that you said and make sure that we draw attention to it. When you said, "Oh, dare say we expect it from video games," when we expect this to be, you know, something more than just a video game, I don't think that's an unfair expectation for something that spends every single second of its runtime trying to convince you that it is something more than a video game.
This has high aspirations.
Yeah.
It also came out in 2013, where like the kind of, you know, straight-laced shooter this actually is was pretty out of fashion.
Oh yeah, all the blood was drained from that.
Yeah, that was not really a thing that people dug or was acceptable at the time. Like, yes, there's always going to be Call of Duties, but even by then, Call of Duties, you know, we had Modern Warfare. Right. So they were a little bit more experimental. They had kind of these narrative grand ambitions. Like the thing this rounds down into was no longer really acceptable.
Right.
Even outside the context of the series, which gained its notoriety and its love from me personally for being so much more than that.
Yeah.
So
more to the combat point. Let's talk about the skylines, because this is the one wrinkle that they try to bring in by putting you into a city in the sky, right? You know, with these floating islands and floating continents, there has to be a way for them to move freight and, you know, sometimes people, you know, from one to the other. So you have these rails, like overhead roller coaster rails that during combat will zip you around an arena. You can jump onto them from a great distance. You can jump off of them and do like takedowns from a great distance. But this is primarily a way to find that one final bad guy who is stopping you from progressing because you are technically still in combat.
In combat mode. He's like way across the map doing pot shots.
I don't like the way that these feel. I don't like what this does to the combat arena design. And more on a symbolic level, I think that it's fucking hilarious that what they have you doing in this incredibly linear game is hopping on rails.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's pretty on the nose.
Yeah. There are times I think this works. The big thing going back to it that I realized was like, so like when there are a couple big arenas with these that I think are okay, as far as how they affect combat. There are fewer of them than I remember. Like this was supposed to be the big combat innovation. There are maybe 5 of them.
Yeah.
Like 5 skyline heavy arenas in the game. There aren't very many. Most of the time it is corridor shooting. And of those, I think 2 are pretty fun, or that the skylines add significance to them.
Yeah.
What's interesting about them to me is like, again, how they fit into the world. Like, yes, you have to move freight and stuff, And some of the spaces with them make sense, but they're always doing like fun roller coaster loop-de-loops.
Yep.
For reasons I can't quite understand.
You're wasting metal.
You want that freight to have a good time, you know? Got to give it a little ride. And there's a part where you go to the police station, and the outside of it is this family fun park of roller coaster lines. And I was just like, what is this space? Like, if you were just going to work, how would you do it? You know? Like, what is this? So, like, I think that they land sometimes, but in general, it's not enough.
Yeah.
And mostly what I used them for, quite honestly, was the one-hit takedowns from them to make combat end quicker.
Right.
You know, that was a big part of it. Like, you're moving faster, a little bit hard to hit, even though the enemy can just kind of lock in on you and just drain you down, because that's kind of how it works. And then eventually they introduce ways to get you off of the rails through their travesty of a Big Daddy equivalent. Yeah. So this is at best a mixed bag, but I think not, you know, it's like a 40-60 towards bad mixed bag.
Yeah. Their relative rarity, I think, interacts with the clothing system in a really shitty way, which is a good number of the sets of pieces of clothing that you get end up working being about these, and you're just like, it's just so situational. So like when I see a skyline off in the distance, I duck into a phone booth and put on my rail pants.
Like, I want to be able to run faster for 5 seconds after I dismount from a rail.
Yeah. So it just interacts with the systems in a really goofy way.
I agree. I totally agree with that.
So
that is lame.
Another thing that they differentiate themselves with is your companion, Elizabeth. She is the girl that you're rescuing. She has magic god powers. She can tear open time and space, and all of the things, of all the possibilities that can do. It's mostly to create cover, give you a hook to jump up to, or like
a single-use turret.
Here's a robot that I've found.
I found a robot in another world.
So
the lack of imagination with the alternate world and stuff in this mechanically is dire. You know, because if you just think about, like, and I understand, like, development time is limited and stuff. It kind of wasn't for this. You know, like that's the comeback whenever we make a criticism about something like this, where it's like, oh, you know, you can't say it's trivial to implement a wider variety of things because game development is very expensive. This didn't have to be as expensive as it was if the people behind it didn't change their minds every like year.
Right.
And change versions of it. And early versions of this are cool as hell. Everybody who has played Bioshock Infinite, even if you like it, read the wiki on previous versions and cut content.
That's so good,
because it will make you weep. It sounds so cool. And one of the things was having very differentiated things Elizabeth could do. With tear, as is, seeing a tear for a skyhook just meant, okay, time for combat. And, you know, okay, I will go ahead and open that tear, and now this arena has a skyhook. Or I would do a turret until, like, the turrets are paper, like they blow up almost immediately, but I would do a turret. A couple times it was fun, like when she can summon like the Iron Patriot guys. And that was, you know, at least kind of cool and felt a little empowering to have this like really tough robot on your side. But most of the robots she can summon, most of the cover, sometimes just weapons too, which is really weird. Like every enemy drops a weapons, but she can summon a big pile of machine guns.
Right.
And I'm like, you know, but the whole idea is we're shown through the narrative that she does this through time. And everything is just Columbia. Right. Like that she summons from. Like in the DLC, at some point, she summons a samurai. And I was like, that's pretty cool. What if they had done that in the main game and lots of stuff like that? Like,
I mean, and it can just be like one per set piece too. You know, like make it like a split second, that cool racing game where you could make, you know, like air traffic control towers fall across the course or whatever. Like there is one thing about this arena that she can that she can open up and bring in this absurd out of place and out of time thing. No,
just add a sense of surreality. To it at the very least.
And it even happens in the story. Like there's a really good sequence where she is trying to run away from you, and she opens up tears to all these different things. And that is cool and neat, but it just doesn't manifest in the things that you're doing.
Yep. It is definitely a bummer. The other thing she will do is she will find you money, just kind of generally.
So what she does is like this is the way that the AI does adaptive difficulty. If you're in the
Yep.
middle of a fight, while hellfire is raining down on you, she'll say, "Hey, Booker," everything will stop, and she will throw you $5.
Yep. Don't spend it. She pulls quarters from behind her ear. She is the interdimensional grandma, and pulls quarters from behind your ears. And sometimes she'll give you health and stuff too. I think this is the game's way of like you get like like an extra life essentially.
Yeah.
Like eventually this would dry up and she'd stop doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like I don't know if it works on a refractory period. I couldn't actually see the strings
Yeah.
for it, so I don't know exactly what it is.
Yeah.
But that's the thing she does, and these are all parts of ways to endear her to the player.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that they went great pains, and this is something I think they generally actually succeed at, to make this not a game length escort mission.
Yes.
Like this character ends up on like a lot of list of really great sidekick characters because she's helpful and doesn't get in the way.
Mm-hmm.
People who are smarter than me have criticized that and kind of taken that argument apart.
Yep.
And I think that they're probably right. But for me, as far as just providing the least amount of friction as a companion, she is successful.
Yes.
I am disappointed with the lack of verb she has as far as the tears go, though.
Yeah. Just it has so much promise as a concept, and it is used in interesting ways in the narrative that it just doesn't bleed through into, again, the thing that you do.
A big difference with this is that as opposed to Vita Chambers in this, when you die, your companion injects you with something.
Yeah.
Or you just kind of come from like the spirit private eye office.
Yeah.
Kind of nonsensically. And this has two major knock-on effects that are different, that make it different than Bioshock.
Mm-hmm.
One is it costs money. So if you run out of money, you can't do it.
Only in the 1999 version. If you run out of
if you run out of money, it just doesn't, it doesn't cost anything. The biggest thing that is obnoxious to me, though, is that enemies heal after you do this, which did not happen in Bioshock 1. A lot of people didn't like the Vita Chambers in Bioshock 1 because it just meant you could just wrench the first Big Daddy and just keep going at it. Go to that episode where I talked about like it's cool they patched it out, but also you could just choose not to do that.
Yeah.
That's the most boring way to get through it. Like, it's like my friend who summoned for every fight in Final Fantasy VIII. Like,
right.
Yes, you can do it. But the other thing this does is it just protracts the already really limp combat. So like if you're just wearing down at this handyman who is not particularly fun to fight, and you're just wearing him down, and you happen to get killed because your shield is garbage, and you get a run of bad luck, it just means the fight's longer.
Yes.
I wish they had just not healed every enemy. I don't know why they do that. Especially when it's outside of 1999 mode where you can never actually die.
Right.
Like it puts you in a purgatory situation. It's like a simulator of the situation in Binding of Isaac where you have 9 lives and you die against Hush. And it's like, well, now I get to fight Hush 8 times with 1 health each time.
Yeah.
So pretty big bummer. Like it's on the surface very similar, but it makes less sense. Like Vita Chambers made sense of the story. They were actually a major plot point in the story. Here it is when Elizabeth brings you back, it's fine. When you just come back from the quantum realm, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's not played into the actual fiction, and it's a worse execution of it.
Yes. We talked about Handyman a little bit, kind of as the stand-in for the Big Daddy. This game lacks that mechanic in general, the idea of a roving, patrolling guardian enemy. And instead, what it has is heavy hitter enemies, such as
their term, not ours.
Yeah, their term. So like, firemen, or, who actually like throw grenades and stuff, or these, mechanized patriots, these automatons who are going to come at you. And these are just cappers or centerpieces for these kind of combat bladders that you find yourself in.
Yep. We'll talk about these as they show up. They are generally a big downgrade.
Yes.
Not even generally. I don't think any of them are as cool as their equivalents.
Right.
And things. We talked about how the environments are pretty limited, lots of corridors. There are a couple of hub areas you can explore out from, but not very many.
Yeah.
There's almost no like side quest style content. There are maybe 3 times you find a code for something and you have to cipher it to unlock a cache. It's extremely rare though.
Yeah.
No real environmental storytelling. We talked about the audio logs being bad, but that kind of extends to environmental storytelling in general.
Right.
So those are all the ways that I feel like it mechanically fails. let's get into the ways that thematically fails.
Yes. So this game famously and infamously concerned itself, at least at the start, primarily with issues of race, because this takes place in 1912, still a very bad time for, race in America.
Yeah.
And Colombia is incredibly segregated because of the philosophy of its rulers, and just the way that everything is kind of set up.
Yep. So Ken Levine, who we didn't mention this so far, but he's the guy. He's the Irrational Games guy who made the Bioshocks and stuff. Who it's very, like, I just want to make a blanket disclaimer. It's very easy to villainize him when criticizing his work.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Who was responsible for what? Like, when I was looking through that wiki, there are interviews from people who had input on things I was kind of surprised they had input on.
Mm-hmm.
This is more of like a wrapping up thing, but it is infuriating the way that we'll never actually know.
Yep.
The story of what got fucked up here.
Mm-hmm.
We just won't know. There's just NDAs. Like, we'll know when the Freedom of Information Act frees it in 2080 or whatever. Like, yeah. I'll be on my deathbed and someone can tell me, well, Ken Levine just had a bunch of different ideas. No, he plumbed them all. And that'll be how I die. And I'll just nod solemnly to my many, many grandsons and daughters and shuffle off. But so we don't really know. Yeah. But he says this, and this just sounds like such horseshit. So the reason why I did that disclaimer of like not personally being mad at him, but like he says he's not trying to make a statement on race, instead just attempting to accurately reflect the time period.
You chose that time period.
Well, yeah, like it's a choice that you made it. The imagery is so charged that you cannot use it irresponsibly.
Right.
Like you simply cannot. Yeah. Like you can't do a game with lynchings in it and not have the game at least be about lynchings. Like, lynchings are too powerful and too evil to serve as a backdrop.
Yep.
And there's no reason to have them as a backdrop if it's something you're not interested in.
Right.
And I think that he wanted that heat of having this without actually having to do the work.
Yeah.
Of treating this sensitively. Like, for not 1 second do I think he like, well, I don't really, we kind of chose it out of a hat. We don't really want people to actually think about the race stuff in this. No, you thought it was very, your big aha racist moment that happens early on in the game. You want that to have a huge impact, but you don't want to do anything with it.
Right.
And it's so much worse than the objectivism thing.
Yep.
Because one, they did more with the objectivism thing than this does with race. This goes into reverse. Like, this does bad stuff with race.
It is actively regressive.
Yes. And not necessarily, and when we say bad stuff with race, we're not just saying, we know the difference between presenting racist imagery and being racist.
Yes.
Don't, every Spike Lee movie is racist because it ends with like a sizzle reel of minstrel shows. No, like, I understand that's not the case.
Right.
What it does, we'll talk about, and people who played it know.
Yeah.
But we're not saying it's racist because it shows,
because it shows people oppressed.
Eating watermelon.
Yeah.
Because it shows, like, and I know, like, I'm not trying to use that as a slur. I think that's the name of the drawing.
Yes.
Right. Like small black children eating watermelon. We know it's not racist because it shows that.
Right.
Yeah.
And also the act of choosing to to portray 1912 in 2012 or 2013, and saying, oh, this can just be wallpaper and that is of the time, completely disregards the fact that this is still an issue. It's just gone underground in a way that, like, just like talking about this like it's a relic of the past and it can be turned into wallpaper is super insulting. And what's worse than a tin ear, like a wax paper ear?
Yeah. Yep. And this wasn't starting development, but it came out in 2013. Like, it's not like birthers weren't about.
Yeah.
And that, like, racism was not hidden.
Right.
Like the way it was. Like, yes, right now we deal with it in a much more elevated way because we have Trump. So we have shit like Charlottesville we can just point to and be like, oh yeah, there's just, there's white supremacist marches on the streets of major American cities.
Yeah.
Like, we can just point to that. You couldn't point to that in 2013, but you did have people questioning the legitimacy of the first Black American president based on trying to disqualify him as not being American enough for clearly racist reasons.
Yes.
And it wasn't hidden.
Right.
It wasn't like something you had to be kind of in the know to know that. That wasn't a surprise to the people who made this. They just decided to go with it. I think that that is disingenuous that they didn't want it to be about race. I think they did want to, and then eventually decided well, we actually want it to be about this quantum stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but let's leave that stuff in there because people react really well to it and it feels important-y.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then once he started getting pushback, said like, no, it's not about race. We want to just present the things and leave it up to the player to decide what they think, which is his big quote about that, which makes me want to throttle him.
Yeah. Like,
I think that sucks.
you can take a stand. It's okay to believe something. God
yeah, it's
damn
okay
it.
to believe something, you weird weirdo.
Yeah. And also, if you look at just being true to the time, don't dwell too much or don't read too much into the fact that he backported Occupy versus Tea Party stuff into 1912.
Yeah,
just don't look at that. Like, it's like class struggle is another part of this.
Class struggle is another part of it that he magnified the strength of by mapping it to civil rights.
Yeah.
And then has the fucking gall to then come to the conclusion that if the people who are being impressed got in power, they'd be as bad as anybody else.
Yeah, just the fucking gall that it's just kind of taking your fate into your own hands and doing throwing off oppression via violence. That is worse or just as bad as generations of systemic oppression and exploitation. Yes. Like, fuck you.
And we're going to show both and have the characters multiple times.
Yeah,
draw that equivalence. Like there's one famous one that people always call out. In replaying it, I was surprised by how often it came up.
Oh my gosh.
Booker says it, Elizabeth says it, everyone says it multiple times. The game is telling you, listen, there is no difference between racist and people who hate racist. Over and over and over.
There is no difference between racists and the people whose lives they make hell and the people whose bodies and livelihood and children they use.
Like, they take advantage of. There's no difference between the Fink and the people who in the slums.
Yeah.
Because if they got power, they just do it to him. It is a lazy, cynical, mean-spirited, and just false like philosophy for a game.
Yeah.
That somehow, because it does this quantum stuff that was kind of inventive at the time, 100 game reviewers lost their fucking minds and didn't look at critically and were like 10 out of 10 game of the millennium.
Yeah, because it's important.
It drives me nuts.
Yeah. Like
the idea that the free pass that he got, because whenever somebody does something like this and you praise them, that is all they're going to hear.
Yes.
So Ken Levine is still walking around. Like, I do not have faith that he has had meaningful reflection on this or has been caused to. He's got these Game of the Year awards and covers and stuff framed on his office for this game and is walking around being like, you know what, it was really hard to make Bioshock Infinite and ultimately it was very brave of us, but we actually managed to do it. And I think that should really be commended.
Yeah.
Like, I can't imagine that not being his perspective on it, as opposed to ever reflecting on something or listening to his critics, because the positive outcry was so loud and so immediate that when people finally regain their senses, it's like, why would he go back and revisit it? Like, he's making some kind of weird choose your own adventure game now. He doesn't give a shit.
Right.
So this just drives me nuts. Like, the way this was treated and the way it allows for somebody, like, you should be able to make what you want to make, but somebody getting kind of a free pass for something that is ultimately this like ugly and misguided just offends my sense of justice.
Yeah.
I don't want him to be hurt. I just want him to like reflect. I want him to grow.
Yeah.
So
that so that more people don't make the same mistake again. There has to be a weight of responsibility that comes with playing in this subject matter. You can do it. It's not like there needs to be a moratorium on ever discussing race in games. It just cannot be done. It cannot be done from a state of just complete complacency and cynicism. This was uncomfortable at the time, but playing it nowadays, I felt like I was wearing a sweatshirt made out of cockroaches.
Yeah.
Like,
it felt really gross.
Yeah.
Like the keyboard was a spider.
Yeah.
Like, and,
Yeah. And, so it's been raised a few times, but Ken Levine's only conviction is that extremism is bad. Okay. Yes. And again, we're saying this because he is the auteur. He's put himself out there. He is the face that is at the front of this. He is the Comstock for this Columbia, right? The original Bioshock could kind of get away with talking about objectivism and theories of economics because those are, those are of less of an amplitude, right? There are victims of all those ideologies that all these ideologies that they're talking about. But it is, just kind of a smaller wavelength, right? Levine deciding, hey, we did that, so I can do this. It's like a little kid saying, I can play with dynamite because firecrackers never killed me.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Because I've got a black cat.
Yeah.
And the other thing that it misunderstands of his own work is that Bioshock was much stronger talking about video games than it was talking about politics.
Yes.
Like the part about video games that is about choice, the would you kindly scene and stuff that everyone loves, is the much stronger, more interesting thing that happened.
Yeah.
The much less interesting thing is the objectivism stuff.
Right.
You know, like it does have a little bit of something to say about that, but it's not particularly strong. This doubles down on the thing it didn't do as well, and then totally does a left turn on the thing it does do well.
Yeah.
There's also this kind of like semi-critical, but again, both sides. Well, like real quick about that both sides thing, right? Like I think this is a quote from the Errant Signal video from it, but the politics of it, the centrism of this is not only just centrism, but it's such a straw man centrism where it's saying the player has to take, and I think this is like Chris's quote, is somewhere left of Klansman and somewhere right of baby killing revolutionary. Like what a wide gulf of centrism that is.
Just so you know what we call that.
Yeah, it's saying nothing.
Yeah, it is. Like, what that space is called is I get the benefit of the doubt.
Yep. I get, no one can ever say, I'm so scared of someone saying I'm wrong about something. I'm going to say, you know, something totally. We used to do in high school, we would have, I took a speech class. So there'd be like persuasive speeches.
Yeah.
And the teacher of that class, who like, in hindsight, super not good dude, like dated some students.
Ooh.
Pretty gross. It was a weird thing that everyone kind of liked him and we never really examined. I had to talk to my friends from that time and be like, hey, why did we still like that guy? What was wrong with us? You know, and I guess we were 17 at the time. We didn't really understand the power imbalances.
Right.
But his whole thing was like, you don't get to do a persuasive speech against world hunger.
Right.
You know, you don't get to do a persuasive speech against anything that is everyone would dislike. You know, like that's not good enough. You know, if there's no controversy, if there's no skin in the game, you're not actually taking a position and everyone will see through it.
Nobody's on the other side of this.
What are you doing later?
Yeah.
That's what he'd say. And not to make light of that. Like, is by all information, even though it was predatory and disgusting, it was consensual and it was like a 24-year-old and an 18-year-old. Yeah. So it's disgusting, but I don't want anyone to think I'm just making light of something like
no.
absolutely putrid. Like this was late high school.
Yeah.
It is still putrid.
So even though it is taking that extremely wide lane, the only villains left standing at the end of this main story are the revolutionaries, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, like those are the last people you kill. And the lasting message of this is that violence is not okay, that, you know, these people, you know, will just turn around and literally kill other children when you are a walking apocalypse. Yeah,
exactly. Violence is not okay unless you're doing it. And then people criticize that. And then they went for the DLC. They're like, whoa. The DLCs, which I want to talk about, which I think are one of the most limpest like apologies for a video game that I've ever played. Like they have cool cassette pieces, but they're pathetic.
Yeah.
And they're just like, you know, you don't have to be violent. You know, you can be stealthy if you want to. And it's like, this is way too little too late. This is confused and disgusting.
Yeah.
You're just embarrassing yourself with this apology. Yeah. Like take what little dignity you have and fucking limp out the door. Bioshock Infinite, like don't try to apologize with these DLCs.
No.
So and it's not just that the most recent enemies you kill are the revolutionaries. By volume, that's most of it.
Yes.
Which I also didn't remember. In my mind, like it was like, oh, like you come back from the terrace pretty late in the game. No, it's about halfway through.
Yep.
And it's most of the big combat encounters. The climax of the game is killing abolitionists.
Yep. It's killing abolitionists who have manufactured demon Lincoln robots.
Yep. It's killing Lincoln.
Yeah.
And killing abolitionists is the climax of the game.
Yeah.
Wave after wave of abolitionists, someone who's against slavery, wave after wave of them, you're mowing them down in desperation and portrayed as the hero of that scenario. And it just, did no one say this out loud when you were making the game? Did nobody give you a sum up of like, okay, just to
I just want to read this back to you.
And let me read back what you said. So the climax is this like really, really bad, endless ship segment where we just kill tons of civil rights fighters.
Yeah.
Okay. Just like tons of them.
Yeah.
Tons of them. Like, there's no more racist or anything we're dealing with. We're just killing okay. Just killing civil rights. Should there be like a Mecha Rosa Parks? Should we like pencil in some kind of gigantic Mecha Rosa Parks who slams a bus down on you? Should we do that? Would that be cool? Like how many Malcolm should there be the Malcolm X Men? Do we have to fight? Like,
do you really want this weapon to be called the Sojourner Truth Bomb?
Yeah, they're Kingslayer. Like, what? How far can we take this, Mr. Levine? You know,
like, for fuck's sake. And so, like, if your message that you're talking about is that revolutionary violence is wrong, you cannot have your main character doing this. You cannot draw those equivalencies. Like, you know, you can personally abhor violence. I personally abhor violence. I would never project that onto onto policy,
an oppressed person,
onto an oppressed person, right?
It is not fair. That's the thing too, and that's a very 2018 or 2016 onward thinking that I came to that. But at the very least, like, so I am like, I don't care if some windows get fucking smashed. But in general, I think it is a minimum to come to the point where you can say that the subjective reality is enough, that my principled stance that one should never punch somebody, that you can't tell that to somebody who is being ground down.
Right.
You know, like, oh, like, you know, I'm statistically like 10 times more likely to die than you are. Then maybe you don't get to tell me, you know, what my opinion should be on violence.
Right.
Like, and that's more arguable. Like, I understand some people listening are just gonna be like, no, it's the principle. Like, you just kind of do that. This does not exhibit the principle, though, is our point. Like, even if that is your point, you are still a one-man apocalypse, and you are still just killing and killing and killing and killing and killing. And like, yes, people are trying to kill you, but that's not a reality thing. That's a thing that, again, Ken Levine decided to make.
Yes.
Like, he portrayed the freedom fighter, you know, the abolitionists, the freedom fighters, civil rights people, as murderous thugs. Like, so yes, like, you can say like, oh, Booker's not really at fault because he's just self-defending himself, but there's an author to that situation.
Yes.
This is not something that just happened.
Yeah.
This isn't history.
I mean, it's kind of like somebody doing a "why are you hitting yourself" against this fictional oppressed person that they have made.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. So these issues of racism and class struggle, which, as we mentioned, are too important, just to repeat, too important to be used as backdrop. Like, that is irresponsible. And at some point, the game was about this. We're about those things. At some point, Levine actually decided he wanted to tell a story about the many worlds theory.
Yep.
And this kind of quantum stuff. And what that does is this weird shift halfway through the game, which we'll talk about more in the body of the episode, where you are just I felt like kind of legitimately mocked for caring about the struggle in the first half of it. Like, the joke is on me. I fell for your bait. And that is why this game, like, falls into that. Like, I wish this game was what it, like what it purports to be.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. I think I can make that comparison with Final Fantasy X. Like, I wish this game did not do the big twist. I wish it was just about the bait.
And that's not to say there's nothing to love about a story that does the timeline and space fuckery that this does. Like, there can be a game about that. And I think a lot of people, when they come away from this saying, oh, I liked that, they like the weird, you know, corridor of infinite mirrors that this presents, right? You just can't weld the two of them together.
They don't work together at all.
Yeah.
Like, they don't work together. There are also 1,000 plot holes in that, and plot holes have become a dirty word now, kind of rightfully. Like, there's a whole kaiju industry of YouTubers pointing out plot holes in movies where they're not plot holes. There are legitimate things that just make no sense in this, that if you had said them out loud, somebody would have called them out. We're going to call them out when they show up here, but it means it's just more evidence of these two things being welded to get this mouse rat that he made, you know, or pigeon rat that is just not particularly good.
Yeah.
The kind of the characters who, and this is, you know, it's been a minute since we've been positive at all.
Yeah.
I think not everything with them, because they're so tied into the problematic. Nothing in this is pure.
Right.
Everything gets dirty by the thing of this. But there's these puppet master characters in this called the Lutece twins, who I think that the story of them figuring out who they are and what they are is legitimately interesting and very cool.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite things about the game.
Yep, they're always welcome. The voice performances are really strong.
Jennifer Hale does amazing as Rosalind.
Yeah, she's extremely good. They're both really good. They speak about these kind of constants and variables. They talk about fate and choice, things like that. They kind of tease the player with these philosophical things between dozens and dozens of cop killing sprees.
Yes.
And they're good.
Yes.
Like, they're interesting and good. it has that Final Fantasy X problem again, where there is no reason for them to be quite as coy as they're being.
Mm-hmm.
Like, boy, think about the human life that would have been saved if you wouldn't have fucking done that.
Yeah.
If you could have just told me something.
But then again, on the scale that they exist at, human life doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're Dr. Manhattans.
Right.
Doctors Manhattan. But I mean, human life doesn't matter, but it totally does, because that's the motivation of the male Lutece.
Yeah,
that's why he's doing it, is because human life matters. So like, no.
Yeah. Okay.
But they just there's no reason for them to be coy and cute.
Mm-hmm.
But the coy and cuteness is enjoyable.
Yeah.
But
they show up, and it's always really cool when they show up, because there's the light change, the music changes. It is always this surreal little pocket within the story, and they present you with choices, right? And they're talking about constants and variables, and the trick of this is that none of the choices that you make matter.
Yes.
And the overall design of the game, as we talked about, with just taking all the choice away, they talk about constants and variables, but it is just constants and constants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is what it was.
Yeah.
And they straight up say that at some point, like, no, he doesn't row. Oh, you mean he doesn't row? No, he doesn't.
Yeah,
like he didn't do it. Like, it doesn't happen.
Yeah,
it is set.
Just linguists have not caught up to where we're at.
Yeah, exactly. So this we talked about this a little bit. This is him kind of making the statement about whether free will exists in real life versus video games, and kind of made this grand statement about this meaninglessness, by which he made a corpse-strewn thoroughfare
right
to express this point. Right. This corpse-strewn thoroughfare is worth talking about. This game is extremely violent.
Mm-hmm.
And this came out, again, didn't start getting developed at this time, but was released at a time where the discussion about video game violence, and how that is tied into game design, was definitely in the air.
Yeah, it was almost a little bit of an articulation point. Like, this and Gone Home came out at roughly the same time.
Yep. Also made by Bioshock people.
Yeah.
So really interesting, like, different competing directions.
Mm-hmm. So I personally fall on the side that the brutality of this fits with Booker's character. But I think that thematically, again, there is a certain hypocrisy, or I think laziness of thought, in saying all violence is bad except for the hard choices made by hard men.
Yeah, I want to. So we talked about this a little bit. I think during the next episode, which will be our dispatch, I want to have a longer conversation about video game violence. Nobody actually asked us that, but I think it's very interesting, and it'll dovetail really well into this and into Pyre, which is a game that explicitly uses kind of non-violence to express competition in a way that I think is kind of interesting. I agree with you. Like, I also don't go in for all violence is bad. The thing that it rubs me wrong in this is how showy it is.
Yeah. It glorifies
it's not that it happens. Yeah. It is very glorified. And like, so it's not just enough that, you're killing lots of people in this. It's not just like just wheeling out ludonarrative dissonance. It's that it's lovingly showing a drill being shoved into somebody's face in slow motion.
Yeah.
The violence is it is a lot.
When the first act of violence that you commit in this, it's not just like shooting a guy to get away. It is shoving somebody's whole head basically into a blender that is attached to your wrist.
Yes, an immersion blender.
Yeah,
that you have on your wrist, and that's just a lot. And it's like, it doesn't disturb me. I'm actually like pretty immune to violence. Like, I don't, it doesn't affect me really. And I can get very into justice related violence. Like, if somebody is really shitty and they get their just desserts, I can feel a thrill about it that I have chosen not to fight.
Right.
But this doesn't feel like that to me. And then this is tied into, in a weird way, in a way that's very frustrating to me, in the DLCs, where they say you don't have to be violent. We're going to give you the stealth option until it ends with a really, really brutal first person lobotomy.
Yeah.
That is one of the most violent things I've seen in media. So again, what is your philosophy, Bioshock Infinite? Like, what is where is the coherence in what you're trying to get across with this? Because it's enough evidence to know that it is intentional, but not enough evidence to understand any direction you're going with it. So like, it doesn't just bother me that it's violent. I love violent video games. I play video games where you shoot people all the time. I actually like it. I think it's cool. I am not on the, like, I'm searching for more non-violent video games tip
Mhm.
that like a lot of my peers are. I play non-violent video games and violent video games. There's enough for both. There's room for both. I love them both. But I think this specifically is so hard to suss out the philosophy behind it. And it feels like there has to be a philosophy behind it because one, the game presents itself with this inflated sense of grandeur, and two, it is so extreme and so underlined when it shows up. So the development of this, and a lot of these problems we're talking about are probably related to our next bit, which is about the development of this, which was a long nightmare.
Yes. So auteur work by Ken Levine, as we said. Auteur theory falls down in a big video game like this because there are so many people involved and it goes through so many revisions and it's painted over, points made. This initial concept came to him 6 months after the release of Bioshock 1. And he specifically ducked out of Bioshock 2 in order to work on Infinite. I think it was called Project Icarus at the time. And this game went on to take 5 years to develop through several different versions.
Yes. And the big thing about this that is interesting, the closest we're ever going to get to the story, is that during that development time, a lot of it was on display.
Yes.
So there were like E3 trailers and gameplay trailers, things like that. And you can find all that stuff online. If you pop into Google or into YouTube, the Bioshock Infinite we didn't get, you'll find a bunch of different reviews that are nice. They don't have dudes screaming over them. They are just footage of old stuff. And that wiki is really great as well.
Yes.
Or cut content in old versions of it. The version that is most widely seen had this kind of dilapidated Columbia. It was kind of post-revolution, similar to Rapture, and had these reoccurring Big Daddy fights with the Songbird, who is a creature we'll talk about.
Yes.
And it was much more about politics.
Yeah.
There was like this evil senator character who still shows up. There's like there's one line of dialogue they didn't cut where someone's like, I'm going to vote for him. He's for faith and family.
Yeah. And then later you see his scalp pinned to a board.
Yeah, because that's what the revolutionaries do.
Yeah.
So like, oh man, he sounds like he might be a bad guy. Oh man, the people who do this are way worse.
Yeah. One of the things that bums me out, like I really wish it was, I guess smaller, like small political like that. And looked at specific aspects of like Gilded Age, class struggle, like that would have been good, better than what we got with the religion and whatnot. But for me, something I was really disappointed about is the old Columbia and these initial versions was Art Nouveau. It was designed like that to kind of complement or be a counterpoint to Rapture's Art Deco, right?
Yep.
They scrapped that for technical reasons because Art Nouveau is really hard to render with all the, flourishes and things like that. Like just, it would have been turn of the century Paris and would have been sweet, but they got rid of that and made it more neoclassical or Palladian. Think like Monticello with pillars and things everywhere to go with the theme of American exceptionalism that's on display here.
Yeah, I think it would have looked neat if they did it the other way. What they did now, I think, fits architecturally. Like, yes, that would have been super cool looking, though.
Yeah.
Totally agreed with that. And some of that actual Art Nouveau stuff does leak into the game.
Yeah.
There's like arches and stuff where it's like, oh, that's kind of weird, not a place. It was an old design.
It's like one particular area that you get to later on that is like the hoity-toity shopping district that has some of that. Yeah.
The initial concept of like a flying city, corrupt flying city at the turn of the century was brought to Levine by reading about the 1983 World's Fair, specifically the Columbian Exposition. World's Fairs are neat.
Yep.
I'm a dork for that stuff too.
Sun Sphere. Yeah.
Yep, the Sun Sphere. You mean the Wig Sphere.
An information desk. Yeah. So that's cool. That's interesting to look at. Good subject matter. In this old version, both Booker and Elizabeth were supposed to be silent protagonists. Again, like Jack or like Delta, not speaking. Elizabeth was going to like get your attention by like literally grabbing you and pointing at what she wanted you to see, which they got rid of because it would have been annoying, and that was a good instinct for them to follow.
Yeah. Even though some silence on behalf of the protagonist, like not silence, but perhaps a little bit less, like a lot of the process come with
a little bit of paucity.
A little paucity. So this super long production process meant there were tons of turnover in the staff. Something that just came up, this year last year and this year, where there's been a greater discussion about kind of like developers unionizing and such, is the idea that like when you work on a game and you don't end up in the final version, you don't end up in the credits, and it can become really hard to get a new job.
Yeah.
Based on that, like that is how people will look at things. If you don't show up in the IMDb credits for a game, there's no real evidence you worked on it.
Yeah.
And this did that 5 or 6 times. 5 or 6 games worth of content were thrown out to finish this. and just tons of turnover. What little has leaked is this weird kind of feels very hostile.
Yeah.
As a workspace. And again, I want to read the book on it. I want there to be a documentary about the making of this. I don't think it will happen, but it would be badass just to kind of learn exactly what the human cost was of something like this. Like one of the weird little ways you can kind of guess at that is how many ex-Bioshock developers left during this or before this to go on to make their own cool ass shit.
Yep.
Bioshock is the most fertile like developer source, it feels like. Like ex-Bioshock people have done tons of cool ass shit.
Yes.
Like obviously Fulbright, but like the dude who did like Eldrick and Neon Struct does super good stuff. I guess like We Happy Few is supposed to be pretty bad. I have not played that one yet.
Yeah.
There's another major one too though that I'm missing, but just because I didn't prepare for this. But a lot of people went on to go and make cool shit.
Yeah. That 5 or 6 games comment that was made it really rubs me the wrong way, because that's something that you hear musicians talk about with their album.
It's like a brag.
It's not like a brag, like, oh my gosh, we had so many ideas that could have been their own thing, but this is the cream of the crop, which is fine when you're talking about like studio time and probably the collective work of like maybe at most 12 or 15 people. When you're talking about a massive studio of 200 people over the course of several years and all the resources that are thrown into it, it feels profligate.
Yeah.
It just feels irresponsible. Like, why did you do that?
I am a capricious lord.
Yeah.
Is what that is communicating.
Yeah.
In just a pretty grotesque way. The music in the game is good.
Yep.
We'll talk about that. That is a big thing where people come away from this with really positive impressions. I think that's one of the things they're remembering. Is cool because the actual OST is good. But then as part of the plot with the terrors and the like is there is a musician who is hearing music from the future and other dimensions.
So you get these style covers of popular songs, specifically like from the 80s and such. So, you get a blues version of Tainted Love. You get like a Steam Calliope version of Girls Just Want to Have Fun. Like looking at the genres that were around at this time period, and you get these awesome, like I said, just like style covers. And if you want more of these, it's pretty twee, but is interesting from a composition perspective. Postmodern Jukebox. The people who did this went on to do that on YouTube, and those videos are really good. Yep.
And this is kind of has become more of a style of the time. This kind of predates Westworld.
Yeah.
Doing something similar in kind of an interesting way. It's good ultimately. That this is not my edit because I would only use those as the music, and the actual score is the combat theme in this is good. There's actually good songs in it. I would exclusively use those because it's the only music in this I really care about.
It's like the ragtime shiny happy people is so good.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. So this was lauded at the time, which we mentioned, won tons of awards. It sold extremely well. As far as games that have aged, I think it is probably one of the worst aged games.
I hate to repeat a tweet, but this aged like a fruit fly.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is not aged well, which is part of the reason why we're doing this, is to kind of examine that. But it was really critically acclaimed.
Yes.
There's 2 pieces of DLC, which we talk about. They kind of extend the story of the game and they tie it to the early Bioshocks. There's an interesting story there. Like they had to remake Bioshock, essentially all the areas in Rapture for this new thing. They couldn't reuse anything. They were something I remember playing and liking, and then when I started playing again for this episode, I got through the first one. I quit halfway through the second one. They have a lot of the same problems.
Yeah.
But they also dial back a lot of things. So I talk about it as an apology. It apologizes from grand mechanical things like, okay, now we have health kits and you can have as many weapons as you want, down to specific plot points like, hey, this character that did this shitty thing that ruined their character, they were forced to actually behind the scenes. You didn't see it. It feels like a little kid playing with toys and just, I have invincibility, but you didn't know it because I did this.
Yeah.
Like it's revisionist history in a way that is very sad.
It's really pathetic. Like in a, when you make that face, I'm joking kind of way. Yeah. Like, I got in trouble for this, so we better walk it back.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to erase it. The DLC is what these are. Like just like, oh, people thought it was violent and you couldn't do stealth. Well, what
Yeah.
if you could? And it's like, well, you didn't make a good stealth engine or anything. Like, it's not a good stealth game.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more interesting, but this is so little and so late. And like, this is me saying that like I don't like content that allows me more Frank Fontaine, and that hurts me to say because I love Frank Fontaine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also like it's a little bit of just too little, too late, which is like, oh, this didn't have the things that people really loved about Bioshock. Well, why don't we just put it back in Rapture and make it connect right back to the beginning of the plot of that game? Yeah. Okay, yeah, fine. Yep. Dust it up. Let's go. Yard marks at Skeepers.
Yep. Very, very frustrating DLCs. Like a little bit better because they're a more smaller scale story and stuff, but they also they don't stand alone at all.
No.
Like that you have to, like it would make no sense if you hadn't played this game.
Yeah.
So there's also another piece of DLC, the first one, which is called Clash in the Clouds, which is an arena combat expansion that really pumps up the difficulty and gives you kind of individual challenges for things in order to unlock more cut content and the like. It does the cut content through a cool way that I always like, which is a museum you can actually walk through as your character and kind of see these things that look like statues, but they're early models for different characters, stuff like that. It actually looks kind of neat if I wanted to play the worst part of this game
over and over again.
Over and over again in arena wave-based combat. If it was co-op, I could see it.
Yeah.
Like actually having some fun with it. It's dirt cheap. I can't hold, them doing Clash in the Clouds against it. Yeah. There's also a board game, which apparently is similar to that, actually.
God only knows what I'd be without you, And if you should ever leave me, though life would still go on,
So the game begins with a black screen. We hear a woman say, "Booker, are you afraid of God?" And he responds, "No, but I'm afraid of you."
He's not really. Yeah. Like later when we get to that scene.
There's not really a lot of basis for it.
Yeah, it kind of comes out. It sounds cool, but it kind of comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So we start off 1912. We're on the coast of Maine. And we're in this dinghy being rowed by two bickering, identically dressed twins.
Yes. It's rainy. It is very reminiscent of the beginning of Bioshock. Similar to that, they hand you a box. It is addressed to Booker DeWitt, a veteran of Wounded Knee, and it has a bunch of stuff in it, primarily a picture of a girl, the girl he is supposed to go rescue.
Yes. Rescue, kidnap.
Like
it's kind of is what it is.
Yeah.
With that stuff. When you get to the lighthouse, and you can kind of gruffle around, this introduces the gruffle economy. Coins. There's a note on the door that says, "Booker, bring us the girl and wipe away the debt." That is kind of the would you kindly of this game. Not with the same function, but the same kind of repetition.
Right.
Words according to TV tropes.
Yeah, I was gonna fire that one off, but I'm glad you jumped on that grenade.
Anything for you, bro.
Yeah. It introduces us to some violence. We have a body in here with a knife stuck to it. A note stuck to it with a knife saying, "Don't disappoint us. This is definitely somebody who was killed by the Lutece twins." And you get to the top and you have your first puzzle to solve. You have 3 bells. You have to hit them in the right order and the right amount. And really what it does is he just holds up a card and you have to put in the combo.
Yeah, it's not a puzzle.
Yeah,
it's extremely silly.
It is presented as a puzzle, and it's very insulting when they just say, "Here's the solution."
Yeah, it's
early communication. It's early communication about anything that looks like it's going to be mentally stimulating or challenging.
Yeah,
not.
We're in some ways it kind of is. It is saying like the same way that the levers in the catacombs in Dark Souls communicate this is not a puzzle game.
Yeah,
like you are not doing the water temple. This is saying this is not a puzzle game.
Yeah,
but in a way that just don't include it.
Yeah,
those levers had a purpose. The things you do in this don't.
Yeah, we call that the machine for pigs effect.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Oh, you mean these gears are on the floor? I have to put them on the wall. Cool puzzle, Chinese room. So when you this causes this foghorn to go out, and there's just a chair that you can sit in. And you're like, might as well. And you sit in the chair, and you get blasted into the sky in a rocket chair. God protect everyone in the rocket chair. May the rocket chair. You say
yes. But you rise up, you break the cloud line, and you see Columbia in all of its glory. You get to see, the gigantic angel statue, Memorial Island. You get to see large images of Comstock. I don't know how they plan for you to see all of this very important iconography. Kind of seems unpredictable which way you're going to go.
Yeah, like a bunch of they had to scrape off a bunch of immigrants off the bottom of that statue. Like there's a sky hook that goes down there, and some little guy with a squeegee like swings by just to scrape off the immigrants that hit that.
It is indeed a living.
Yeah.
But this is all happening to the tune of "May the Circle Be Unbroken." This is kind of a recurring song, actual hymn that was written shortly before the setting of this game.
And when we talk about the glory of this, like we are going to be cynical bastards for most of this and complaining. This does look cool.
Yeah, it's a pretty game. Like,
yeah, this is a great set piece. Like this does look neat, and I can't totally erase the feelings of like the promise of exploring another land full of weirdos that I wanted, that I ultimately didn't get very much of. But this felt super cool. Like it was just like, oh, like wow, this is really neat looking.
Oh, I was ready and raring. Yeah.
So you land in this flooded chapel that is dedicated to Lady Comstock the Lamb, and we arrive at this baptism circle where these people they're doing this baptismal and stuff, and kind of an Easter egg. They say the same thing that the very first Splicer says in Bioshock. Like, is it someone new?
Oh yeah,
it's something that you have to do this baptismal to get into the city. And the preacher really gives it to you. Like for reasons that don't make tons of sense.
Yeah.
But he almost drowns you, like enough to where you black out. Like I don't know if that's just what they do.
So he drowns you and then I guess leaves you in this water to be washed out the drainage sluice into into Columbia proper.
Yep. What a welcome.
Yeah. And also this introduces one of the first kind of parallels between you and Comstock, which is that he also fought at Wounded Knee.
Yes.
Yes.
It also introduces this kind of theming that doesn't happen very often with the key, the sword, and the scroll.
Yes.
When you kind of see that iconography around here, there's not a whole lot that's done with that. That's also the code for getting the lighthouse.
Yeah.
That feels like that would have been important in the early version of this game.
Yes.
After you black out, you wake up in this kind of memory.
You are in your PI office and you're looking at all your gambling slips. There are empty liquor bottles everywhere. People are pounding at the door, demanding that you hand over the girl. When you open the door, you look out, you're looking out of a Zeppelin and you see kind of this death and hellfire raining down on a modern day New York.
Yeah, it is surreal and a portent of things to come.
Yes. Also things to come. You wake up in this garden surrounded by the founders. Because Columbia is a society of American exceptionalism. They have made gods and idols of Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, and Thomas Jefferson.
I had syphilis. And here's my key. I was a famous philanderer and had sex with tons of French women. Here's a key. I'm Franklin.
Please don't send me home to my wife.
Yeah, please don't send me home to my wife. Here's a key. I'm going to tie it to a kite. Yeah, I invented a shock jockey. It came from the heavens.
Yeah.
So now you are loose in the city for when people love this game, this is what they're remembering.
Yeah.
Like this scene, the few scenes that you have that are not murder hallways are pretty good. And this first one is the best of the non-murder hallways.
Yeah. Because you're
legitimately like pretty cool. Like it feels fakey and weird. Like characters, so all the previous Bioshock games and Shock games didn't put you next to people very often. Like you didn't interact with people because the people look weird.
Yes.
They have this weird stylized way that is like a shade less gross than Dishonored, but not that much less gross. And they would never like put you next to people. Here, there are just people, and they still have this weird automaton feeling where they just say one bark.
Yeah.
And then stare at you with like heavy lidded eyes.
Yeah. It's like a state visit to North Korea. Like people are scripted to say a particular thing that they want you to hear right as you walk by them.
They're NPCs.
Yes.
They're Final Fantasy 1 town NPCs.
Yeah. Oh, I really am worried about the Vox. Oh, don't worry. Comstock will take care of them.
Yep. Giving you a little bit of that world building stuff, but it does just feel cool to explore this space and see these little scenes. Like it's like walking into like a Norman Rockwell painting.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, here's some kids playing in a hydrant. that they have busted open through anti-file methods, like things like that.
Yeah, here's a shop that there's no clerk here because everybody's at this fair for Founding Day, right? So just it's kind of like a take a penny, leave a penny honor system kind of thing. And I don't know. I think that maybe there's probably some kind of measure of a person's wokeness based on how quickly they notice that it's creepy that everybody's white.
Yeah, probably. Like, and I'll be fair. Like in 2013, I didn't notice it.
No, neither did I. Like,
I went into this really blind. I did not know that it was going to deal with anything because I was post. My aversion for hype began very soon in my life.
Yeah.
So I just didn't notice, and I don't feel good about that, but I didn't, and I would now.
Yep.
So growth, Yep. But as you kind of as you walk through, you see this parade. It says, the lamb is the future of the city. We learn that she is held in this tower, and we don't know what that is exactly. And then as you go, like a barge flies up on the side, like ambushes you.
Yep.
And there's a barbershop quartet doing an arrangement of God Only Knows.
So good.
That is such a good moment. That's the very first anachronistic thing that happens. And it is an amazing trick. Like, as much as I think this game is very bad and this is too little to redeem it, the feeling of recognizing a song but without actually quite placing it because it's a different like chronological arrangement of it does wonders of like putting you on the back foot and giving you a sense that something is wrong.
Yeah.
And like, what are they going to do with this? And they hold that card close to their chest for like quite a while. It's one of the more successful things in the game. The story of Fink's brother, who's like, you don't even get to meet him.
No, you see the wreckage of his building.
Yeah, you get to see his murder hallway.
Yeah.
But like that is a very cool mystery.
Yeah.
I love this. And little trivia, this was originally a Simpsons reference. These guys used to be called the B Sharps.
Oh, fantastic.
But they got rid of that.
What?
But that's why there's little bees and stuff on the sign for them.
Oh, okay.
But like BEE, they were called the B Sharps.
Oh, that is.
And they got rid of it.
That is very good. Again, I don't want to dwell on this, but it is probably, it's up there in my favorite moments in the game. The choice to make it a barbershop arrangement of God Only Knows, like that's just close enough to what that song actually is. With the vocal harmonies and things. And it's not, it's not a completely obscure Beach Boys song, but it is not something that you would, think of when you think of the Beach Boys, right? So it's like just close enough, but it comes up and then, it's not very subtle, but it does put you on the back foot like that. Of all the covers they could do, it fits most in, I think.
It's extremely good. I also just had the image of a tiny little dinghy Zeppelin popping up with a little Mike Love going, ba, 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 ba.
Hey guys, I got a theremin.
I backed Congress in getting rid of the ability to record on cassette tapes because I'm a monster. But yeah, I'm having a little personal jet thing is very funny to me. I wish I could draw it. Like I should draw that as a funny cartoon. So anyway, so everyone's either talking about this raffle that's coming up or the Vox Populi. And you can kind of just pick up from context clues what the Vox Populi is. It is a resistance movement. And I'm so naturally inclined to side with resistances no matter what.
Yeah.
Even without knowing the racial thing, I'm just like, these guys probably have a point.
Yeah.
And that's just, that's just me. But it's presented as a little bit more gray initially.
Yes. A little kid runs up to you with a telegram. You don't have an address here. People shouldn't know that you're here. It is from somebody named Lutece. One of the twins, right?
Yeah.
Says, hey, don't get noticed by Comstock and definitely don't pick number 77.
So yeah, here's the thing where if the Luteces didn't actually want to have, and again, things happen, like there is no choice.
Right.
The Luteces do this. But so if that's like, if they believe that, there's no reason to do this. If they don't believe that, then there's no reason for Booker to ignore it. All these things that he gets that don't get noticed thing, like shortly after this, and it's jumping down a point or two, you see a sign that says, beware the false shepherd who has a tattoo like you have on your hand. And you don't put on a glove, you don't put your hand in your pocket.
Yep.
Like you don't do anything about it. And it's like, yes, it happened. Like if that didn't happen, you wouldn't have a game. And the Luteces, but why would they warn you about it?
Yeah.
If they don't believe it, it's just weird. It's not like a plot hole. I'm not trying to be like the CinemaSins guy about it. It just doesn't make sense.
It's flimsy is the thing.
It's super flimsy. It feels cool. Like it feels like, but then, It just doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
So you get to the fairgrounds. This is actually pretty fun. You can do these booths that are set up as a pretty clever tutorial, like for shooting and using vigors.
Yeah.
Which I actually really like this little bit.
Yeah.
You get to see a handyman here, and this is actually another really great moment. The handyman as a construct is really cool. As the way it fits in this world, as this idea for like, it's like if you have a degenerative disease or something, they can save your life, but it's so miserable
that you are a different person at the end of it.
You're a different person. Like, and they have idols, like things they say when they're standing around that are very sad.
Oh, what do they say? I never noticed.
They talk about how like they're always cold and how they can't feel anything.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like they're basically a brain in a jar, right? It's like their head and a few of their organs. I mean, it's like straight up like Metal Gear Rising Revengeance almost.
Yes. Really, really great. And him being like photographed and trying to shield, like, so people don't see him.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually really great.
Yeah.
Like, this looks really cool. And it's a distinct moment of heartbreak of being like, can't wait to learn more about those guys and like have them see how they fit in the world. And you just don't.
Yeah.
One of the only side stories in the game, there's only one or two like actual short stories that don't relate to the main plot that you get through audio logs. And one of them is about a woman who gets a handyman. Her husband turns into one.
Yeah. Like,
and that is legitimately good and sad, but they are still just here to fight a tank. Like the way they fit in the gameplay doesn't make a lot of sense. Like they are supposed to be, workers, or just like, this is supposed to be your husband. Like it's a replacement of your family. They're not supposed to be a paramilitary, like assault creature.
Right.
They're not an ogre, but they're treated as an ogre.
Yes.
Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
No, it doesn't. You're also seeing a lot of signs for Fink manufacturing. You see pictures of Fink, and right away I knew, I'm gonna kill that guy.
Yeah, that guy's bad.
Yeah, it's no good. But yeah, you're getting introduced to these to these vigors. This is where you get your first one, the possession of vigor, which is on one hand, at the regular level, it will let you take over mechanical things, including making vending machines spit coins at you. You can also briefly turn mechanical enemies to your side. You can upgrade this and force humans to fight on your side. However, at the end of that, they will shoot themselves in the head.
Yes, it's pretty dark.
Yeah.
And this isn't the first game we've done where like that happens in PsyOps as well.
Yes,
you could do that. And the way they discourage you from doing that ultimately super cruel thing in PsyOps is it uses the rest of your energy.
Yes.
Here, this uses a lot of energy in general. So it ended up being something I didn't use very often. Initially, when you just have it, it's like useful, but it doesn't last very long and it is expensive. But this allows you to get into the raffle. You don't have a raffle ticket, but you can possess the machine. You get inside. And you see the twins again, and they're flipping a coin. This is explicitly from Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead.
Yes.
It's the exact same scene from the opening of that movie, because they are kind of set to be those kind of characters. They're flipping coins, and it just keeps getting heads. And then they ask you to flip it, and it gets that again, and he turns around, and it's all been heads.
Yeah, they've got like a tally up on a slate.
Yeah. They're having fun. They're being playful.
Yeah. And like immediately after this, kind of in this garden area, you approach a statue of one of them, both of them at the same time. Lutece, it's like flickering and statically, and it says, "Our Lutece gave Columbia her wings." We can just talk about that as opposed to trickling it out. These are like the scientists who discovered a particular kind of particle that doesn't
one
just...
of them is.
One of them is, yes.
Yeah, the lady one is.
Yeah. She discovered a particular kind of particle that doesn't so much float as it just doesn't fall. And that is what is keeping this afloat, not necessarily balloons or what have you.
Yes. Yeah. And that story, that is weirdly not treated as a reveal, but we don't actually learn that until pretty late in the game.
Right.
And it's not that cool. So we see that sign we talked about. You'll know the false shepherd by his mark, which is a demon hand that has an AD on the back. And Booker looks down and goes, I got that. And then just keeps walking like an idiot. You get to the raffle stage, and Jeremiah Fink is there. He's presiding over the festivities. And you're like, what an idyllic situation. This is beautiful and nothing is wrong. And then they give you a free thing. You're like, I don't have a ticket to the raffle. They're like, no, it's free for you. They give you a baseball marked 77. And then he brings out an interracial couple.
Yeah, well, he brings out an MC who is supposed to open the curtain. He says, "Isn't this the prettiest white girl in all of Columbia?"
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh. Yeah. She opens the curtain, and they have a mixed-race couple. you know, on the stage, and it is up to you. You know, you win, like you're the person who gets the privilege of throwing a baseball at this, you know, couple that decided to intermarry.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Real bad stuff.
Yeah.
And it's surrounded by racist imagery, watermelon patch, that kind of stuff. And this is, you know, again, the impact of this was big.
Yeah.
When I first saw it, like, you know, I've looked at it more critically since, and I see what they do with it since then. But the first time it happens, it is like a shocking moment.
Mm-hmm.
And it's presented as a choice. Like, it's like, do you throw the baseball or do you throw it at Fink?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And most people throw it at Fink.
Right.
You know, some people throw it at the couple, and I don't necessarily think those people are racist. I think they're just trying to see if the video game will let them. You know, it's just kind of like, I'm going to do the subversive thing and see if it happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, I don't even think you're being, I don't think that's shitty or anything. You get that little choice there, which just putting that in your hands is like, you know, it's something.
Yeah.
But you get stopped, of course, because a guy grabs your hand because he notices the AD on it.
Yes. And so this causes the police to come at you. The police themselves, like, you saw a couple of them talking to each other about these new things that they've gotten. Like, these are like gauntlets, I think is what they're called. Something.
Mm-hmm.
It's that immersion blanket that we
hooks.
taught. Yeah. They're the sky hooks. There we go. You know, things that you wear on the forearm to let you like ride around on those rails. It is also your melee attack. In the grapple, like in the struggle for them trying to get hold of you, you grab one of the cops' heads and then push it into the spinning blade of the skyhook, liquefying it, sending gristle and bone and eyeball everywhere.
Yep, collapsing their skull right in front of your face.
Yep.
Every single citizen is now cleared out.
Yep.
You are now in a combat arena.
Yep.
Really weirdly enough, everyone instantly disappeared. And you start fighting, and this is your first combat. You start out with just melee, but eventually you pick up a pistol. I think the combat in this game that I think in general is very bad is at its best early on, because the enemies are not hyper powered.
Yes.
Like, they go down in a reasonable number of shots. So this is fine. As you continue down the street, they eventually you see these kind of foreshadowing of this fire where they've introduced a fireman. This is the first heavy hitter that we'll see.
Yes.
This is a guy who is in a suit where he is constantly on fire. So who's volunteering for this? The suicide bomber fire guys who throws fire grenades at you.
Hey, Gary,
and is a little tankier.
What purpose do the firemen serve?
You know, military is the only thing I can guess.
Yeah.
They don't put out fires. They set things on fire.
Yeah.
But I guess they're just military units. Like they're fire bats from StarCraft is my only guess. Yeah, pretty dumb. You know, it is pretty silly, because at least the handyman have a position outside of, you know, the fight you're doing with them.
Yeah.
They're just supposed to be just people. Why would you volunteer for this? Like, this just seems like a nightmare. Yeah, I want to be on fire all the time.
Yeah.
Ignis me, baby. You know? Yeah, man. Yeah, pretty silly. You get that, and you get the Devil's Kiss figure, which is your fire thing. You throw fire bombs.
Yeah.
With it, I ended up using this a lot more this playthrough than previous playthroughs, and found it pretty useful, actually. If you put points into it, it's actually really strong just as a weapon.
Yeah.
So it allowed me to just hammer on, you know, Iron Patriots or whatever.
Yeah.
And just, yeah.
It's good. Once you realize that it's grenades and not necessarily like a fireball.
Flamethrower.
Yeah. So your escape path takes you through the Blue Ribbon restaurant. This is where we're introduced to kinetoscopes, which are little silent movies, you know, that tell you the history of Colombia, or like later on they start showing like actual newsreels through this. But this gives you the history of Colombia, at least to a certain point. They, you know, headed out, like this was initially like a 51st state or whatever. It was an additional state, part of America, that was sent to spread the word of America to the world. And it intervened in the Boxer Rebellion in an unauthorized fashion. America said, hey, Comstock, the person who was leading this, said, don't do that. And Colombia said, fuck you. We're going to secede, and we're going to be more American than America.
Yeah. You think you're American. Just you wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these are, you know, fine. These little kinetoscope things. The shield, the twins show up. Yeah. And they give you a potion that gives you your magnetic shield.
Yep. Your useless magnetic shield.
Yep. Here, have this.
They give you a couple of pieces of tissue paper, and they said, if you're going to get shot in this.
Get shot into this. Yeah. They intervene but only, like their intervention policy is very confusing to me.
Yeah.
You go behind this restaurant and you're going to do the skyhook to get between rooftops.
Yeah.
And a lot of times there's actually like a little level design thing they repeat over and over and over that I have a bugbear with, which is they'll send you're on a skyhook, you want to go on an island 2 islands over. In between that, there is a porch with a sealed door and 2 boxes. And it just repeats enough times to where it's incredibly conspicuous to me.
Yes.
Like that exact scenario. And you can land on that little porch in the middle, open up those 2 boxes and get, a hot dog and 3 coins. But they just keep repeating it. And it happens a lot in the first half of the game.
Yeah.
It's very weird to me.
Like there's one house you can go into, but that quickly stops being the case.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just ends up being like a little, just a little pit stop for some, for some crate dogs.
Yep. For somebody eat some crate dogs.
Yeah.
So you pass through, this is one of the houses you go through, you pass through, it has these dissidents in it who are printing up propaganda.
Yes.
Part of an organization that supports Black people.
Yep.
Like, and they have this quote they're printing out. It's like, no, until the Negro is equal, none of us are equal.
Okay. I can get behind that. Yeah.
Yep. And they love Lincoln and stuff like that. If you stay in here long enough, they start knocking on the door and busting in.
Yeah.
Here. And you can, I was like, I'm going to protect these guys because I care about this. Little did I know, though, if these guys had their way, they would kill me and everyone I love. So like, this is before the game taught me that these are actually the bad guys.
Right.
So I was an idiot.
Yeah.
Trying to protect them.
Fuck you for believing something.
Yeah. It was silly of me to believe that the anti-racist were actually good. So,
anyway.
you get out into this, there's this building out in front of you, this imposing building you have to go through. Again, there's just hallways. Like you're oftentimes not going anywhere. You're just going through whatever's in front of you. Yes. In this game. And luckily this happens to be the next spot. It's this like imposing, scary building. Like it gets all stormy out. Yeah. It just we got a patch of Halloween weather right here. Exactly. Like just around this building. It was originally actually a cut feature as well from the game, was having storms, like moving through storm clouds, but they said it was too dark and looked too much like Rapture when it was dark. Please, wait, what do you mean? Make it happen. I don't know. That's what they did. Yeah. So it has a statue out front. It says Comstock fights the Serpent of Nations out front, and fighting this Hydra with these different racist caricature heads. And this is the KKK, aka KKK, the Order of the Raven. Yes. Which weirdly is hyper loyal to and affiliated with, what's her name? Lady Comstock. Yes. They are the KKK, except they really fucking love, I don't know, some president's wife, they love Jackie O. Yeah. It's like or like, I guess presidents' wives don't get assassinated all that often. Yeah. I don't think it's ever happened. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Fine. That's, no. So you get inside, like, and this is like hyper next level stuff. Like inside, they have a statue in honor of John Wilkes Booth. They my favorite actor. He's not my favorite actor. No, I just think thinking of him as an actor is funny. It is quite good. But like they've got paintings of Lincoln's assassination where like John Wilkes Booth is this heroic figure and Lincoln's got devil horns growing out of his hat, which is fun. Yeah. Pretty ridiculous. Yeah. And it's also, here's the thing. Why is it in disarray? Yeah. Like, did you notice that? Like when you go in here, there's rotting food. Yeah. No, I made full of rotting food. I made a specific note of the giant of the giant Gary Butterfield bait, which is the dining table full of rotten food. Yeah, that is Gary Butterfield bait. I like that. I think it's interesting. It makes no sense for it to be in disarray though. No, it seems like they would be pretty, I don't think that they're, out of favor. Was this possibly made when you were supposed to go through a dilapidated Columbia and they didn't redo it? That is my guess. Yeah. Going through it, I was just like, what the fuck? Like, was there an attack here? Like what? And the stuff, like, it's going to seem like a nitpick, but it matters because as you're moving through this, you're trying to piece together the story of what happened. And this is a strong indication that something happened that didn't happen. Well, maybe once the Halloween weather passes, it's all put together again. Yeah. Like all the food will magically heal. So you got to go through there. You see these hooded figures, they're in black instead of white, but they're essentially the KKK. Yeah. You see one of them executing a Chinese prisoner with a storm of crows. Yep. Yeah. Yep. So this area has bait for both of us. Yep. And this is where we fight another heavy hitter. One of these, I don't know, like what are they called? Yeah. One of these Order of the Raven guys, who teleport around. They travel in clouds of crows. They have gigantic coffins on their back, which they carry as kind of this
I don't know, hair
Penance.
shirt. Yeah, this as his penance for letting Lady Comstock die. And yeah, this is like these guys are fun. I like this. This is probably my favorite of the heavy hitters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But for me, it's tempered by my disappointment when I get the Murder of Crow Vigors and I can't teleport.
Yep.
Like they don't even do the thing that you do with it.
Right.
You send out a big bunch of birds, and I didn't use that my first time through this. Like I used it this time, and it's extremely powerful.
Yeah.
It gets an upgrade where if somebody is killed while they have this active, they leave a trap.
Mm-hmm.
That is OP as shit.
Yeah.
And actually pretty cool. And I like controlling the birds. I think that is neat.
I love the hand animation of your hand growing feathers and like turning into a talon a little bit and then cycling back. Yep. But this vigor ends up being super useful because it's a way to hold people in place while still doing damage. Yep. And you can affect a bunch of people with it. Yep.
It is undercut by the fact that you get another thing that does the same thing. Like Bucking Bronco has the exact same purpose as this. That's annoying. Uh-huh. But that was the one I chose last time. This is the one I chose this time.
Yeah.
Okay. So after you get through this with your bird friends, you get to this beyond this huge gate wall, and you fight through the lobby there, and you get on these skyline rails out back. So it's kind of the first combat skyline section.
Yes. I think, something that happens, and we're not going to call it out every time, is the skylines will be blocked up with freight, and you have to find the lever to clear it.
Yeah.
It's always generally annoying. Yeah.
It's a task.
Yeah.
As you make your way partway to Monument Island, a horn blares, and Comstock tells the cops to stand down. Mm-hmm. When you get in this elevator, he addresses you directly. And he's on this big 1984 screen. He says, "I know your sins, Wounded Knee, Pinkertons, and Anna. I know your arrangements to bring the girl and wipe away the debt. And when this happens, you get all fuzzy and you get a nosebleed."
Yes.
Again, just kind of signaling something is wrong.
Right. How does he know all of this stuff? Who is Anna? Continuing on.
All the cops that bow down to him, you can summarily execute if you like.
I did.
Yep, because fuck these racists.
Yeah, I didn't know if they were going to get up and attack me.
Satisfying when it's like, kill the racist. Yeah. Like I'm into that. Like just make a game where you just kill racists. Do the Wolfenstein thing.
Right.
It's immensely satisfying. Yeah. Like fucking crack a racist over your knee in a video game. It's great. It's power fantasy.
Yeah.
But
to get to Monument Island after this little scene, you commandeer an airship. This is where you see, Comstock actually standing on his announcement barge.
Yep. Yes, a little flying podium.
Yeah. Mike Love, get out of here. But every time Booker tries to pilot an airship, it's hilarious because terrible things happen. There is this nun in the cockpit who I foolishly ignored. So you're just like, I'm just back here being a nun.
Whenever you point your gun at her, you put your gun down.
Yeah.
Like you can't do anything about this.
Right. But she self-immolates, which of course makes the Zeppelin go down. But you leap out and catch a skyhook on the Monument Island.
Going directly where you want to go anyway.
Yeah.
So Monument Island is grown over and dilapidated.
Yeah. This is the gigantic statue of an angel that you have seen from afar.
Kind of the equivalent of a Statue of Liberty. Yep. And as you go in, you see all this sci-fi stuff. Again, this has been attacked.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are keyboards that are smoking. There are broken monitors and stuff. Why?
Yeah.
This doesn't make any sense. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like they're scared of the girl.
Yeah.
There's all these notes and stuff about the specimen.
Yeah. Stay away from her. Like unstable radiation, etc. Blah blah blah.
But nothing that says like we were just recently attacked by the Vox or whatever, or something that would explain this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But like these rooms where they're tracking your growth, and specifically the siphon that cycles objects back and forward through time, like her teddy bear, the bloody cloth labeled menarche. Super gross, but also like it demonstrates what is going on here. That these are objects of power.
Yep. When you get into the room with the siphon, you get this audio log from Comstock saying that he's seeing the seeds of fire that will prepare the Sodom below. He knows that this work is for Elizabeth, and he'll die before it's done because he has cancer. He's full of tumors.
Yes.
He's going to tumor it.
He is a tumor pinata.
Yep.
Yeah.
When you get to the observation rooms, you get to spy on Elizabeth doing her thing.
Mm-hmm. Walking around, singing, doing her makeup and stuff like that.
This is not an original observation. Other people have made this, but she is clearly inspired and has the same vibe and energy as a Disney princess.
Yes.
Like she looks just like Belle
Mhm.
from Beauty and the Beast, and that is what they're going for.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Kind of the thing that really raises an eyebrow though is, she's painting a scene of Paris, right? And she opens up a tear and we see into Paris in 1983. We know it's 1983 because we see a theater marquee for whatever Return of the Jedi. Yeah,
is in French.
Yes, whatever Return of the Jedi is in French. And she closes the tear right as the as a car is about to pull through it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a sucker for
it's
that.
Playing Everybody Wants to Rule the World.
Yes,
by Tears for Fears. That's well, which is cool.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for it. Yeah,
like a super neat scene.
Yeah. But you crash into her little world, by which I mean the entirety of her world, when you fall through a skylight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And land down there. And she, for her credit, like I think she gives Booker the benefit of the doubt a few too many times, but she doesn't just go like, who are you? She freaks out.
Yeah. Yeah. The only thing that stops her from, beating you to death with books is the fact that you have the key.
Yep. You show that she decides to trust you. However, you start hearing this like metal screeching because Songbird is showing up.
Mm-hmm.
Songbird is like a mascot for the game. It is a really cool looking, gigantic mechanical bird.
Yep.
With big scary eyes that we will talk about its origins and such as they are revealed.
Yes. But Songbird is Elizabeth's guardian. If Elizabeth is the little sister, then Songbird is the big daddy.
Explicitly.
The big daddy that you do not get to fight.
Yep, you do not get to fight, and weirdly just kind of backseats itself until it becomes a plasmid with a nonsensical refractory period. So as it attacks and destroys the tower you're in, which seems like not very good guardian behavior.
Mm-hmm.
But you escape on a skyline as everything collapses and destroys the Statue of Liberty here. I find the blocking of this very confusing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the skyline loop-de-loops, but like you leave the statue, then you see the statue get destroyed. Like the loop-de-loops were positioned for this exact purpose. Yep. Which of course they were. It's designed in a video game, but it feels silly.
Yeah. Also, you're on this for an incredibly long time.
The upper body strength of people in fucking Colombia, man. Like there's normal cops that have to be able to hang by their arm for an extended period of time.
Yep. From one arm, possibly holding another person.
Yeah, constantly. Like, geez, this is like a fucking race of Popeyes.
Yeah. But you're just on this for way too long. Like, and don't take that control away from me. Like, there's cool stuff going on.
Yeah, it's just a roller coaster. Like, you just see the stuff.
Yeah.
You eventually fall in the water, and Songbird comes down there to try to kill you. But the pressure, Songbird cannot live underwater.
Right.
That is a theme thing. The pressure cracks its eye and it leaves. You pass out. You spend a little bit more time in your fantasy office. And when you, and this time Elizabeth is in your fantasy office.
So. This is where you wake up into the second walking around in Colombia when everything is fine section. This is Battleship Bay. Elizabeth is doing CPR on you, but she runs off when she hears music. She hears a song she's never heard before, and she is just ecstatic to be out of the tower, which has been her world entire for as long as she remembers.
For a second, I was like, she's doing CCR on you.
That comes later.
Like, that comes later, yeah. So she's running off to leave you to die. You wake up, and you go and you can again just kind of walk and see people on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
And hear them have their one little bark, and eat as many garbage hot dogs as you want.
Mm-hmm.
Until eventually you find her dancing to this Calliope Girls Just Want to Have Fun.
Yep.
And she won't listen to you. She's kind of the belle of the ball. Everyone's loving her dancing.
Belle of the
yes,
ball.
this explicit belle. Until you eventually say like, "Hey, we're gonna steal an airship and go to Paris. Like, you like Paris, don't you?"
Mm-hmm.
And that gets her attention because you're kind of a jerk.
Yeah, you're lying to her.
Yeah.
Well, you've been told to tell her whatever it takes to get her to go.
You hate debt.
Yeah.
And you love getting the girl.
Yeah.
You hate debt, but you love wiping it away.
Gives you some kind of sick thrill, doesn't it, Booker?
Yeah. Yeah, that's how you get your jollies to win.
you and your good time buddies.
Your good time twins. Wipe it away dead all the live long day. You go up the boardwalk and the twins show up again. and they offer Elizabeth 2 brooches. It's a bird or a cage. It's one of those things, if you flip it around, it looks like a bird in a cage.
Yes.
Spin around really quick, and they let you choose which one. And like, I don't know how anyone doesn't choose the bird.
Yeah.
Like, it's the nice thing. It's like, oh,
yeah,
just a thing of a cage.
The cage is in ruins back there. Everybody can see it.
Yeah. What am I, fucking Billy Corgan? Like, I'm not gonna like wear a choker with just a cage on it.
Yeah. Regardless, that doesn't have any impact on anything except for a character model for a little bit. But, people are watching, in a panic as Memorial Island is in ruins. This is a whole society that has been told Memorial Island contains the Lamb, contains the future of this city, and now it is in smoking ruins.
Now it's mud.
Yeah. Yep.
Because of this, they set up a checkpoint, and because, the false shepherd's about.
The
exit. And you can actually, so this introduces the lockpicking quote unquote mechanic in this game, where Elizabeth can get around it. Yeah. It's easy not to miss the lockpicking mini games that are in these games. Like, lockpicking mini games would actually be like a weirdly interesting subject to talk about at some point, because it is such a contentious thing, and like what it accomplishes versus what it doesn't is so subjective. They get rid of those. That's always been a thing in Bioshock, hacking or lockpicking. Here, Elizabeth just can just do it.
Yeah.
And it's if you need to find a lockpick, and that becomes a consumable. It's like the only consumable you carry around, actually. Or it is just a hairpin lockpick, which means it's a plot thing.
No, just if you were out of lockpicks and couldn't get any more, the game couldn't continue.
Yeah. After you get through this hallway, the mixed race couple from the intro is there, and they give you here's a hat that sets people on fire, sir.
Thank you for taking actions that contributed to a little bit more justice being in this world,
sir. Here's a set of shoes, and if you electrocute one person, it'll electrocute the person next to them. Have it with our gratitude.
Yep. But yeah, I think if you decided to throw the ball at them, they aren't here. But later on, Fink congratulates you for being a monster. So
yeah, great.
Yeah,
that's what I want. When you get to the ticket office, the vendor is on the phone being very suspicious. So he's going to betray you. You can either let it play and get betrayed, or you can pull a gun on him. Either way, Elizabeth freaks out.
Yeah, because you just kill like 5 people within a couple of seconds in front of her.
What game do you think you're in, Elizabeth?
Yeah,
like this is how it's gonna be, and she acclimates to it slowly but surely.
Yeah.
She runs away at first, and you eventually she ran to the shuttle. You run to the shuttle. You have her cornered. Kind of creepy, and you just kind of are like, yeah, that violence was an investment. We'll do whatever they'll do whatever it takes to get you back. We have to do this to protect you.
Yes, which
is not untrue. Like, they are just going to attack you. But again, for people who are saying within the fiction that's not untrue, somebody wrote that.
Yep.
I'm saying, like, that, like, it doesn't have to be that way. It was a choice.
Right.
So the choices can be criticized without the internal fiction being criticized.
Right. And so you are on your way to Soldiers Field, which is this
super weird, because it's a stadium in Chicago. So every time I heard that, I was like, huh.
Weird. Okay. Yeah, that was a choice. But this is like a boardwalk area almost. Or like a midway, let's say.
Yeah.
Shops and things like that. And you actually pass through this arcade that is designed to kind of indoctrinate kids into military service. Kind of a pale echo of the kids amusement park ride in Bioshock 2.
Yep. Yeah. This is their little mechanical dealies, little mechanical shows. They're like a Goofus and Gallant style thing. And there's a little wink here where Elizabeth runs up to one and is like, oh, it's the third one. They said the third one wasn't going to come out. It got delayed 1,000 times.
Okay, yeah.
And it's like, we get it.
Yeah.
Cute. This is fine. I like that they're there. It's a little weird that it's an arcade with 3 games in it, but there's like 20 machines.
Yep.
That's a little bit strange for a game that is like a little animation that takes 15 seconds. But you kind of go through this like sparsely populated boardwalk on the way here until you get to the end of it, where there is a gondola that to summon the gondola, but it's broken. Right. So you need Shock Jockey to power it up, and for that you need to go to the Hall of Heroes. There's a toy store here, which I love the little fake Songbird toys.
Yep.
Like, and when I was more into video game collectibles, I might have that because I think they're cool. The Songbird looks good. But 2, there's a gun on the wall in this toy store that you can steal and cause a little combat scene. And it's a weird system that is super underused in this, which are the alternate versions of guns.
Oh.
There aren't very many of them, but this is called like the heater or something like that.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it is an alternate version of the hand cannon, I believe. If not the hand cannon, another thing. But they're weird, like alternate rare versions of guns that you never really need to pick up because you will run out of ammo for them very quickly. This breaks a sequence. You get this very early, and it pretty much gives you like 6 shots at the expense of your weapon slot.
Right.
So it's nonsense. Like there's no reason to do it. It's just this weird vestigial mechanic, it feels like.
Yeah. I didn't know you could get that early.
Yep. You can grab it from the toy store.
Yeah.
It is on the wall.
So, we're following these signs to find Shock Jockey in the Hall of Heroes. We get into an elevator to go down there. Elizabeth gets scared by a bee. So what she does instead, instead of like, oh, we're going to kill it or we're going to open the door. No, just this everyday thing. She opens up a tear to get rid of it by, sending it into another world.
Poor. That seems very like unfair to that bee. Like that bee will now never see its family or anything. That bee had a whole is going to have to learn a whole new language.
The whole hive. Yeah. So many different dances.
Too really unfair to that universe to get an extra bee.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, like Elizabeth.
Oh no!
We don't need to take your trash bees.
Why did they get all that honey? I want that honey.
Yeah. Maybe that world didn't have bees in it.
Oh, ooh.
And now it has honey.
Well, now it has too many bees.
It has too many bees. One bee too many. One bee over the line.
Yeah. But this is a door to an alternate Columbia, and Songbird is there too. She closes it to get away from him.
And this is confusing because early on, or around now or before now, she talks about tears and how she used to also be able to make them at will. And now it's harder to make them. This is all because of some nonsense sci-fi shit with the siphon later on. But here she is shown using it extremely casually. And again, it shows evidence of it being something that was rewritten and edited. Like using it to get rid of a bee feels like the kind of thing you do if it's just a superpower you can use whenever you want.
Right.
But the game goes out of its way to say that her power is being limited and she can't really do that. So just weird. Yeah. It's not great. Go into the Hall of Heroes. And this is this weird mini story in here about this side character named Slate. We find a voxophone from him. So this place has been attacked and looks like it. Who's this guy who has sworn vengeance against Comstock because of Comstock's stolen valor and because he's making light of war and battles.
Yeah. So the Hall of Heroes is kind of this shrine, this monument to Comstock's military conquest, specifically, 2 horrible massacres, the Massacre of Wounded Knee and the Boxer Rebellion. Comstock is saying, oh, I was there. And, it is because of my efforts that those came out the way they did with us on top, rah, rah, rah. And it kind of ignores the contribution of everybody else, which is Slate's problem. Additionally, Booker was there at both of those places, and Comstock was never there. Yep.
So a little bit hinting about the twist that's coming up. You find bucking bronco here. That is a vigor. What that does is it does not buck. Is not a bronco. It lifts
somebody up for a while.
Yeah, there's a suspension matrix thing in Spider-Man that does the same thing as this, and you can shoot them in the air while they can't fight back. It's crows, but with gravity.
Yes.
Good video game ass sentence. You get into the hall itself. You see a squad of Comstock soldiers getting ready to go in for Slate, saying he went native in Finkton.
Yes.
Which will kind of make sense later. A little.
But Slate, he's on the side of the Vox at this point, insofar as he is against Comstock. Specifically, though, he doesn't want his men to die to Comstock once he finds out that his old squad mate, that Booker is here, who, Slate admires because of his slaughter skills. He says, all right, well, if we're going to die, we're not going to die to Comstock. You're going to give my men and me a soldier's death.
Yeah, I really don't like that trope.
Yeah.
The honorable death trope. Like this just doesn't motivate well enough. Like we have a common enemy at this point.
Yeah.
It's just silly that he is rounded down to insane madman who wants to throw his soldiers' lives away.
Yes.
Especially since he has a purpose. Like he works for the Vox.
Right.
Or works with them. Like there's no reason for him to be as fatalistic and want to die
Mm-hmm.
as he is portrayed when he is part of a rebel cause. Like, you can't have both.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't, and this honorable death stuff is an excuse to have a boss fight and have this still be a corridor shooter, but it doesn't feel good. It's not a very interesting characterization of him.
Right.
Who would otherwise be an interesting character.
Right.
At least by standards of Bioshock Infinite.
Mm-hmm.
So you head in there where some of his forces are, where you fight them. They're not really different. They're just kind of different uniform.
Yeah.
And you're introduced to sniping. They'll snipe at you. The sniper scenarios in this and arenas are very obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And they do not require very much care.
Right.
Generally, I found that I could rush through them or rush to the sniper. I did not have to get into a sniper duel at any point in this. I maybe picked up a sniper rifle once or twice,
Mm-hmm.
but you don't have to do very much with them.
Yeah, weirdly, I never used the sniper rifle as a sniper rifle. It was just an instant death thing for no scoping. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And at this point, I think is when you introduce to the carbine, which is my favorite gun
Yeah.
in the game, which has pretty great range in general.
That's pretty great. Its sight's really good.
Yep, really good all around. Very accurate.
Yeah.
Once you get through that, you get into the Hall of Heroes.
Yes. And so we're in here. Booker says, "Hey, I know Slate, but Comstock didn't lead the 7th Cavalry. Slate, he has the vigor, but he won't hand it over. So we're going to have to go and get it from him." And this takes us through these 2 haunted house displays, one of Wounded Knee and another of the Boxer Rebellion. When we say haunted house displays, like you have these looming pictures of stereotypically Chinese people, wooden cutouts coming over you, just horrible caricatures of Native Americans, etc. And down the line. So you are going through like what Comstock's version of this racial struggle is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like a racist house.
Yes.
So.
Yep. But it's visually interesting. Like, I don't know. I can't say I've played another game that has that.
Yeah, I mean, I like a fake amusement park kind of in general.
Yeah.
There's a criticism of this game where the fact that getting rid of, ultimately once we get to the twist and stuff, when they're getting rid of Comstock and stuff and undoing your past, what he's doing all this work to undo is giving away his daughter, not doing all this work to undo the thousands of innocent people he slaughtered in these battles, people of color that he killed. Mm-hmm. That's a really solid critique.
Yeah. Well, because the story has to be small and personal and between these handful of important people. Just everything else can be wallpaper, like we said. Mm-hmm. But regardless, you get to the end of one of these, you fight a fireman, and then you go through the central display, which is the part of this park that is about the First Lady, which is about Lady Comstock, and shows her assassination at the hands of somebody who's going to be really important, Daisy Fitzroy, the leader of the Vox.
Yep. And their heir, the heir of Lady Comstock was the Prophet, the stored away memorial tower. So you would know at this point, this is Elizabeth.
Yep. And she freaks out. Like, why would they do that to me?
Yep. And she was only in Lady Comstock's womb for 7 days.
Yep.
So extremely quick, extremely rough pregnancy.
Yeah.
Fucking Kool-Aid Man out of that shit.
Yeah.
Auto C-section. Like,
for 48-hour trimesters.
Yep.
Yeah.
Once you get through this, you get to the Hall of Heroes gift shop here, where you're kind of locked out of this courtyard. Elizabeth opens a tear to bring a freight hook so you can jump over, and we fight our first mechanized Patriot. We saw these on the way there. These are a cool design. They're silly. They don't make tons of sense, but I think they look cool. They're like mechanized George Washingtons.
With crank guns. They've got Gatling guns.
Yep. They're not fun to fight.
No.
They have a weak point on their back, the set of gears.
Yeah.
But they do a thing that later Dark Souls games would do, whereas like once you get to their weak point, they have an instant turnaround attack that just, one, if you're close to them, you get hit, but if you're not close to them, it just takes that away from you, and you do not move quick enough to get behind these guys. Like in a game like Dishonored, if you had a teleport or something, this would actually kind of work. But as is, you're just kind of circle strafing, and they can mostly keep pace with you.
Yes. And while you're doing this, while you're killing them the hard way, the game's tooltips will say, shoot the Patriots in the gears for extra damage. Fuck you, I'm trying.
But you didn't design them that way.
Yeah.
Like they don't Toro or something. They don't get locked into an animation when they do a Gatling gun.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're playing Immortal Unchained for Bonfireside Chat, and there are guys that lay down their shield and do a big laser, and they're locked in an animation. Those guys are weak from behind as well, but they actually have a period where their backside is vulnerable for an extended period of time. That never happens with these things.
No.
Very disappointing. Like actually, like the way I dealt with all of them was just to spend all my salt on firebombs.
Yep.
And just toss a bunch of firebombs. They died all the same. It just meant they were like a salt tax.
Yeah.
Like they were never really fun to fight. They weren't really fun in mix-ups for that because, you know, I mean, maybe once or twice I ended up behind them and could like unload a shotgun on their back.
Yeah.
But it was extremely rare.
Yeah.
Exceedingly rare. And that was only when I could bring a turret or give it something else to fire at.
Mm-hmm.
Which those situations are also rare.
Yeah.
So
not as rare as these, or, you know, they are more rare than the appearances of these guys.
Yes, this is a pretty common enemy, actually. This is the most common heavy hitter, I would say.
Yeah.
So you fight the rest of Slate's men in a few waves, and he's laid out these shock traps because he is drank too much shock jockey, and he is now like a weird lightning elemental. When you eventually find him near the memorial, it's kind of like a chase sequence to get to him. It's not really a boss fight.
Yeah.
You chase him, and you can either kill him or spare him, and either way, it gets you the shock jockey.
Yes. Yeah, which, I mean, it's just a lightning attack. Like it'll arc
the
from
basic Bioshock one. It works exactly the same.
Yes. But yeah, so you're headed back out. You get back on the gondola. You fight a bunch of enemies, you know, and what we're trying to do, we're trying to get to the aerodrome, get to the First Lady, which is, you know, this flagship, this, you know, airship that'll get us out. However, Booker, you know, when he's there, he reveals this arrangement saying like, hey, you know, someone took on my gambling debt in exchange for me breaking you out of here, Elizabeth. So like, if you're wondering why I'm doing this, if you have questions about your would-be captor,
press 1.
Tell me more.
And when you get, you know, you do this fight to get on the ship, but once you get on the ship and you get on there, you put in coordinates. She recognizes they're not Paris because she spent a bunch of time studying, which is like a detail I like. Like she has this weird encyclopedic knowledge.
Well, he asked her like, hey, how do you know that? She says, well, the one thing that you have when you're locked in a tower is time.
Yep, I read a lot of books.
Yeah.
So she hits you with a wrench and knocks you out.
Yes.
And you land in the Finkton docks.
And so we are at the section called Together Again.
You look out, you see these prisoners breaking rocks in Finkton, and you have been fished out of the drink. Here, you look over, then you look up, and you see that Daisy Fitzroy is the person.
Yes.
Who has found you, and she's like, "Hey, what side are you on?" And you say, "I just want my ship back. I'm neutral." I believe that both sides are extreme.
Right.
And she says, "Well, let's have a transaction here. Like, I'll help you with that if you get some guns." And you say, okay. They push you out of your ship. You think you're going to fall a really far distance, but you only fall a couple feet.
Yes. Onto these docks where we get to see the full effect. So we've seen the top world, right? Where all of the, you know, chosen people live in their, you know, perpetual fairground. Down here, though, is where everybody is doing the work for this Gilded Age hyper-capitalist, Fink. I forget his first name. Jeremiah Fink. It looks kind of like, what's his name from There Will Be Blood?
Yeah.
He's got the top hat, the mustache. Yeah.
Yep. P.T. Barnum looking motherfucker.
Yeah.
And his stuff about work and stuff is super over the top.
Yes.
Like the stuff with the race that was presented with like the lynchings and the throwing baseballs at interracial couples did not feel inaccurate to history. This feels like a little bit much, not because I'm on his side, but this whole just, you know, the idea of anyone being placated. Right. And maybe he doesn't care if anyone's placated, but it's just very cartoonishly evil. Yeah.
Like just like the first thing that you hear him say over these videos is the ox can never become the lion. And why would he want to? Who wants all that responsibility?
And then in real life in 2019, Mike Rowe actually says shit like that.
Yeah.
So like he is like Mike Rowe from the past. You know, pay money to sign my manliness oath about how you won't complain about losing your fingers for venture capitalists. Like, Jesus. Yeah, he's a colossal dumb shit.
Yeah.
And Fink is a real monster. So this is this weird semi-peaceful section, you know, where like you don't have to start a fight just yet. You can kind of make your way through, but I also stole stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
I was on a ship I shouldn't be on. Like, and someone's like, "I'll give you one warning, you get off the ship." And I was like, "Okay," and then he opened fire, and I was like, "Okay, fuck all these guys."
Okay. Yep.
You know, I want to kill anyone who's in management of this place.
Yes.
So
And I was going to do it anyway. You're just expediting it.
Yep. These guys got to go because they're upholding the system.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, so, you know, and you're fighting your way past signs asking, "Are you a time thief?" And there is a recurring, element, visual element that pops up on all these signs, which is like Jeremiah Fink's Wheel of Time, which is, it shows like how a person's day should be broken down, and it's like 16 hours of work, 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah. It's not good.
It's done like a pie chart. Again, really over the top. But this gets us to Beggar's Wharf and Fort Franklin Pier. Like, you move through Finkton at a pretty fast clip. You spot Elizabeth. She starts running away, and this gets to, again, one of these things that shows the potential promise for opening tears. You know, to slow you down, she is opening up like a tear to a parade, and a bunch of balloons fly by you. She opens up she puts a train between you and her, stuff like that. It's really good.
Yep, it's super cool.
Yeah.
Eventually, you get to the end where she's been caught.
Yeah.
And you have to fight some guards off of her. Like, she got away from you, but she's caught. You fight them off, and a handyman comes out to fight you, but this is not your first handyman fight because she saves you from that.
Yes.
And you say, "Hey, listen, I'm sorry." Like, I can't remember how you assuage her fears, but you say, like, "I can get us an airship if we arm this uprising." And she goes, "Okay, well, it seems like they're probably just going to be just as bad as the oppressors, but I guess I'll help."
Well, like her line is also like kind of over the top, which is like, "Oh, we're going to help him rise up. It'll be just like Les Miserables." Like,
yeah, I guess she does.
Did you read the entire thing? Do you know about that event in history, please?
Yep.
Yeah.
So we head. We're walking into Fink's offices. We get Slate's locker. We learn a little bit about him. One of the things that made him flip is he found Lady Comstock's diary, which revealed that she didn't actually have a kid with Comstock. She sees Elizabeth as this abomination and bastard, which is why she was locked in that tower.
Right.
It was, you ride down this elevator, you hear more of Fink. He's talking about Be the Bee. Bees never take vacation or call in sick. And then Fink actually like calls you. Like, you get a call from Mr. Fink and says like, "Hey, you know, I'd like to hire you, actually. Like, I need you for security."
Yeah.
My associate, Mr. Flambeau, will be there. And I was like, Mr. Flambeau is going to be a fireman, and this is going to be a joke. But it's not the case. He's just a guy.
He's just a man.
Yeah. He's a guy, and they give you an upgrade. They give you, which is kind of great. And you get, you kind of also find out during this on the way in that of course, it uses script.
Right.
Like, script.
Yeah, and he has this hyper, like, paternal, "We pay you in script because we don't want you being, ripped off at some shady establishment." Okay.
Yes.
Fine. Yeah.
One of the coolest things that happens in this as far as world building, and it's super over the top, I really love it, is when you get to the bottom of this elevator and you see how they handle work assignments. Here, this is extremely cool, where people they have a task and they put in bids for how quickly they can do it. And again, it's cartoonish. It's like, I have a pipe that needs to be retrofit, over in this area. Who can do it in 10 minutes? And someone's like 10, 9, 6, 5, 4. And they're getting into fights over it and stuff because they're so desperate for work. It's essentially Fiverr.
Yeah. That's actually, that's a really good comparison. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the website Fiverr that exists in real life.
Yep. It is the way things actually work from the top of our society down to the bottom. It's how you get
it's a gig economy.
Yeah.
And again, super over the top, because I can't imagine the hourly rate is something that, even if you live in absolute poverty, like, the idea of 4 minutes of work.
Yeah.
Will get you and it's shown as being very scarce. Like, there isn't very much work to go around.
And how much time are you spending getting that 4 minutes of work?
Yes, more than 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make any sense. It just kind of like bidding for time in that way is an interesting concept, I guess. I really like that scene, and people they're fighting each other over it, which of course is what capitalism does to us, is pit us against each other instead of pitting us against Fink.
Yes.
So they fight each other for stealing each other's jobs, as opposed to turning against the person who's actually exploiting them.
Right. But this is in the gateway to the Plaza of Zeal, which is kind of the town square of Finkton. This is another hub area that you can get into. Your goal is to go to this gunsmith shop to find Mr. Chen Lin. Yeah, Mr. Lin. You go in and like, oh, there's a shrine to Gautama Buddha, which is strange. That should be Comstock. Don't worry, it will be later.
Yeah.
But Lin isn't here. He's actually been kidnapped. His shop has been ransacked. There are no machines. You find his wife, another, I believe, Chinese woman, saying like, hey, he was taken to the Good Time Club and Fitzroy didn't help him even though he put his neck out for her.
Which is weird because Fitzroy wants his guns.
Right.
So it doesn't make a lot of sense for Fitzroy to do that. It's just them kind of foreshadowing that Fitzroy is bad because they had to make Fitzroy bad for bad writing reasons.
Yes.
Here. When you leave, you fight your first handyman. And I want to camp out on this for a little bit because these things suck. So the way the handyman work in this, it is just, the cool visual design, it is just so bad in comparison to a Big Daddy from a mechanical sense.
Yeah.
Like, they have a big glowing weak point, which is their heart on their chest, which is lazy. They don't have that sense of like, because you don't start the battles because they're just mini bosses. It doesn't have the preparation phase of a Big Daddy fight, or better, a Big Sister fight.
Yep.
In Bioshock 2. Like, these things just ambush you. You had no chance to like prepare for them, and then you just kind of run around the area plinking at it until it dies.
Yeah.
It's not good as a replacement for one of the coolest mini bosses or just like bosses or combat setups in game history.
It's a real tough act to follow. Especially,
and they didn't try.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Yeah, it's a real tough act to follow. It's like, okay, like I have to give a speech after the I have a dream speech. I'm going to try to fart the alphabet with my armpit, but I'm going to get through B.
Yeah,
that's what they did.
Yeah. That's what they did. Additionally, it falls into a lot of the same problems of the rest of the game, which are they are way too tanky. It makes a little bit of sense with this guy, but it is over the top. And a lot of their moveset is specifically about like stun locking you or knocking you down.
Yes.
So it's not fun. Like don't give me a fight that doesn't let me do things.
Yep. It does spends a lot of time undoing the stuff you can do. Later, when you running these guys with skylines, they can electrify the skylines.
Yeah.
To stop you from doing that. And it's like, yes, you couldn't just have, you be completely safe and hit them, but the way you're correcting for that is not interesting.
Yeah.
To stop me from doing this.
Fortunately, you only fight like a grand total of 4 of them in the game.
Yeah, they're very rare.
Yeah.
I just find these things very disappointing.
Yes.
From all perspectives, while simultaneously really liking the design and kind of where they, how they fit in the world as they're presented, not them as this weird paramilitary.
Yeah.
Deal. Like
as a profoundly unethical act and as a manifestation of the way a person can be dehumanized by technology and society. Cool. Thumbs up. Yeah.
Yeah. But as an actual experience to fight, the other thing too is that I figured out the key to them, and that bummed me out. So the first time I played this, I did Bucking Bronco as my crowd control vigor, and it doesn't work on them. This time I did crows, and crows work on them great. Crows make them lift their heads up to shield the crows off, which exposes their heart. So these things became like the hardest fights the first time I went through the game, and now kind of anticlimactic. Like once I figured that climatic, like I didn't figure it out at first. Like I just kind of ran away and plinked him, which was my MO before. But then once I was like, I figured birds wouldn't work on them.
Yeah.
But birds work on them, and it's really strong.
Yeah.
So they hate birds.
Yep.
Go into Fink's Good Time Club with his Good Time Charlies. And he addresses you over the EPA. The reason why he wants you is because he wants a Pinkerton to help with his labor unrest.
Yeah.
So he's like, come do this thing. I have this audition where I'm trying to figure out who's going to join me.
Yes. Which is just wave combat. You're inside this theater, it's got a little, walkout on it, and you're just fighting, a bunch of, escalating difficulty goons.
Yep. It's not very noteworthy. This game does not have enough enemies in it. You fight the enemies you've all fought before, and after you beat them, you can head backstage. Once you do, you find a voxophone from Fink to his brother, and you kind of learn how these guys made their fortune. Like they didn't really earn it; a tear opened in reality, and his brother heard music from it and became a famous composer, and Fink got all his super science from it, creative vigors from it. And this is probably the earliest I think you could like definitely reasonably say like, oh, they got it from Bioshock. Like that's a reveal later, and it's kind of a good twist, but. Yeah. Here it's like, oh, like they got They just straight up said they got it from another dimension.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I can go with that. Yeah. I like how, Jeremiah Fink criticizes his brother for playing small ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, don't just make cool pop songs.
Yeah. Don't
exploit people.
Yeah. Don't add beauty and art to the world or steal art. I don't know. The more people who can hear God only knows, it's probably for the good, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So, Booker is here and, he's talking with Elizabeth saying like, hey, I used to work for men like Fink. And, this is the first of many proclamations that Booker makes about Fitzroy, saying, I'll tell you this, sometimes their precious need for folks like Fitzroy. Why? Because of folks like me.
Yeah.
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 Do people
need
the
lines that sound kind of badass?
Yeah, but don't really mean an awful lot.
What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of you.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that stuff.
Do we need to clarify what the Pinkertons are? Because people might think we're talking about Weezer albums.
They might not know, but it's also been in the news.
Oh yeah, because
they
Red
sued
Dead.
Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yeah.
It's a private detective like security force essentially.
Yeah. Back in the day, it was like a primarily used to put down labor
strikes.
Yeah, but just as strike busters.
Strike busters and to harangue Al Swearingen in Deadwood.
Right.
So that's the Pinkertons, and he used to be one. They are bad.
Yes.
Strike breaking is bad.
Yes.
Labor is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's a prison behind this good time club. I don't know why.
Course.
Yeah.
Bad time club.
Yeah.
Good times out front, bad times out back.
But this is where you find this interrogation film of Lynn. He's been being beat up. They're trying to pump him for information about Fitzroy because they figured out he was working with her.
Yep. You find a voxophone that is just one of Comstock's sermons. So he's recording that and leaving it in prisons now.
Yeah, why not?
It's random prisons.
Yeah.
And he justifies his behavior. He says, like, I'm only acting in the image of God. Cruelty can be instructive. And what is Columbia if not the schoolhouse of the Lord? There's a lot of like, what is Columbia, but if not a new ark, if not the schoolhouse, if not this thing, without any like extrapolation.
Yeah.
Like anyone can do that, dog. Like, what is this cheeseburger but a hamburger for the Lord? Like, you just fucking say whatever you want.
Yeah.
Sense.
So like they throw in these theological justifications. I wish they would have done more of that. Like, I don't know.
Just do the real shit.
Yeah.
Like, just talk about manifest destiny.
Yeah, talk about manifest destiny. Talk about the actual real thing that, people still believe, which is, God cursed Ham, and that's why there are black people, and we can justify treating them worse because of that.
Yep.
Like,
there could be a more robust version of this.
Yeah.
But it doesn't want to because it wants us to make up our own minds.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't want to play in that field, but what they substitute with is just vapid and unsatisfying.
Yeah.
When you get to Lynn's cell, he's dead.
Yeah.
He has been beaten and brutally killed.
Yeah.
You're like,
the model for this is really fucking gross, actually.
It is actually pretty
just
rough.
the swelling about the face and the eyes and stuff. Like,
yeah,
it's not great. But yeah, he's dead. Dead is dead is what Booker says, and the Lou Test twins show up and say, not necessarily.
Yeah. You're not thinking of things, correctly. Like, you're not thinking of time and space correctly. And they're like, here's a tear in Columbia where his body's not there. So he's probably alive. Elizabeth's like, I can pull you through, but I don't know if we can get back. And here is the pivot point of the game.
Yes.
Where it stops being about, you have a set of discrete small tasks, which are like getting the guns to get this airship and stuff. And now that is now no longer the case.
Right.
Because you're going to let all that stuff behind. It's also where the biggest and dumbest plot hole in this to me comes from, which is you go through the tear, and you find out in that tear, it's like, we're letting him go. He has friends in high places, but we're confiscating his tools. Mm-hmm. 2 of the guards you killed are alive, but they are Jacob's laddering.
Yeah,
they have this thing called reconciliation sickness.
Yeah, they're a little bit like fuzzy, staticky. They have bloody noses, and they're muttering to themselves. Reconciliation, they're calling it reconciliation sickness because they have a memory of being both alive and dead at the same time, a la like Jake Chambers from The Dark Tower.
So here's the thing: you get that when a version of you in another world has died.
But
right?
they're infinite worlds,
yes.
And like by law of averages, half of them are alive and half of them are dead.
This would be everyone.
Yep.
This would literally be everyone on Earth if it affected you to have a version of yourself dead in another world.
And they don't say that, like, oh, this is only true if you kill somebody in a world next door to the one where you're at. There's no there's no justification for why literally everybody isn't like this all the time.
And there's no indication of what, like, the idea of a next door dimension is brought up once where they talk about how most of the changes are small in between worlds, but sometimes it's literally the future. You know, most of the time it is. Yeah. Every time Fink's brother hears it, it's the future.
Yep.
He's not stealing compositions from 1840.
Right. That would make
he's
sense.
Not writing classical music. It's almost always a pretty big jump. And if it's just dimensions next to you, this would not be the first time this was ever seen.
Right.
Like, even if it was just the dimension on either side, the chance that no one on this world has somebody who is dead on the other side is ridiculous.
Yeah. And it's not said that, like, oh, only people who are not native to this particular dimension can perceive this. Yeah.
No, it's what's happening.
Yeah. like it happens to Booker all the time. Like, that's how they foreshadow the twist.
It's happening to Booker. It happens to these people. They're like struggling, right? Like, it's not like I see them struggling, but in real life they're happy. I don't think that's the implication. Yep. It's just nonsense. Like, it to them it seemed cool, you know, to do this kind of reconciliation sickness, but it's incoherent.
It reminds me of it reminds me of the movie Adaptation, where Nicolas Cage's shitty brother is talking about how his the hero is chasing the villain, but the hero and the villain are just alternate personalities of the same person. It's like he thought it was cool for there to be a chase, but it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense because it's the same person chasing themselves. Like, this is so dumb. And I even thought this was dumb when I first played the game. Like, this isn't something I was just like, oh, this is dumb now.
Yeah.
This is excruciatingly dumb. And the truth behind it is, so you're like, it's like, oh, no one would think of this. They didn't. Like, early on, the villains of this game were people who had spent too many time using tears, the same way people spent too much time using plasmids. And before we fight some of them, when we later get to the absolutely nonsensical Silence House or whatever the fuck it's called, right? That was a main enemy of the game, were something much more akin to splicers. They did that work to have these flickering, cool looking models, and like they didn't want to leave it unused. So they shoehorned it into the plot, but it wasn't designed for the plot. And it's just one of those things where, like, this game is written in a way that is like, it is like a Burroughs cut up or something. You know, like, this, once you know what these things originally were, it makes way more sense why they exist at all.
Yeah.
But there's no reason to put them in here other than just like somebody had the idea and it was never examined. Like, someone was like, oh, it'd be cool if, like, you know, that's how we foreshadow that, is that people, when they're dead in one world, like, and then Booker's being confronted by the people he killed, you know, in the other world, but not really. It just, and no one stopped to say, like, what are the like, how does it have to make sense for the world around it, is a question that is never fucking asked in this game.
It's something that's super frustrating just in any kind of work of fiction like this, where when you find something that doesn't stand up to two whys, you know, people only bothered to ask one why.
Yep. The series of yeses that brought this into effect, and it's just disappointing.
Yeah.
You know, it just, and it doesn't look that cool.
Yeah.
You know, and then once it shows up, when they show up later on that Silence House section, I hate that fucking section. Like, it's cool looking.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense to like what I'm doing and what video game I'm playing. And knowing that it was like, oh, there was an earlier version of this that was more stealth focused. It's just this idea that we are making this Frankenstein of all the different versions of this game. And the way that this, like, people play this and said, oh yeah, this holds together.
Yeah.
After they played it, blows my fucking mind.
Yep.
So when you go back to Finkton, it's mostly the same. You go into the gunsmith shop. He no longer has a Buddha statue. He's now loyal to Comstock. He has no machines. You head upstairs, but he's got the bleeding thing. And Tesla has told you to do this, by the way. Like, you know, if anyone knows this, you know, they would. So what their ultimate goal is, like, the brother's ultimate goal was to stop the kidnapping.
Right.
Because he felt bad about what happened to Elizabeth. Yeah. I guess it is to kill Comstock. All the Comstocks is their ultimate goal, even though that causes a ridiculous grandfather paradox thing that we'll have to talk about at the end of the game.
Yep.
But it's, that goal is weirdly incompatible with, like, them knowing about this, like wanting to save Elizabeth and wanting to have that guilt that motivated the male Lutece canonically.
Yes.
In this, it's like, I don't know, doesn't work.
Nope. These two things cannot spring from the same set of values, from the same motivation. Can't.
Yeah, messy.
Doesn't line up.
Yeah, so he no longer has he's miming working on his machines that no longer exist, but he has the sickness.
He's screaming over tools that only he can hear.
Yeah.
You know, telling you to be careful. And when you walk back down, you find his wife. He is now married to a white woman, who apparently is really connected to like the current chief of the guard. Right. And she says, I have no idea what's going, what's wrong with my husband. Yeah.
So she says the guns have been confiscated and taken to Shantytown. So we head to Shantytown.
Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This pain and love you're giving, I give you all a girl could give you. Take my tears, and that's not nearly all. Tainted love, you got that. Tainted love. Now I know I got to run away. I've got to get away. You don't really want it anymore from me to make things right.
So Industrial Revolution, we're heading to Shantytown, which is this, it is a shantytown. People are dying in the streets, trying to break open vending machines and stuff. It's a bad scene.
Yeah.
You can open up a terror to some food, and like somehow you don't tell the whole town, like, hey, here's infinite food.
Right.
You also don't create infinite food for the whole town.
Yeah.
You have the fucking Thanos problem, where it's like, you could get rid of half the people, and I could get these guns, and solve the revolution, or I could just feed all of the people in the world.
Yeah.
But of course, if you did that charity to people, it'd actually be worse.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Than not, because I'm sure there's some kind of bullshit Ken Levineism about how this kindness would be wrong.
Well, what about the people in those other worlds that you take all the food from, huh?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's true. But still, give them bees.
Yep.
The bee,
sweet honey.
Yeah, the Bees for Food program. There's a little bar you can pop into. Like, this whole section is kind of fun because you're just seeing real life.
Yeah.
A little bit. Like, anytime you're going through an area and seeing a new area and walking through it, it can be kind of fun.
Yeah. Even if the things you're seeing are horrible, the horrible racist propaganda signs, like the one machine that I don't even want to say the slur that is written on it for Jewish people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they've remade some of the vending, some of the Circus of Values have anti-Semitic stereotypes.
But yeah, you go to a bar and people are talking about the cause and talking about the struggle. There is a blues version of Tainted Love playing over the radio.
This is my favorite cover.
This is really good.
Yeah, and again, this is like eminently listenable, I think.
Yep.
So yeah, this is very good. You get to the basement and there's this very weird scene that everyone lost their nut over, where you look at a guitar and Elizabeth's like, I wish I could play, and then you sit down and play it, and then you just both decide to sing and play the same song for a second and then leave.
Yeah, and it's the same hymn. It's will the circle be unbroken. This was kind of like just a production accident almost. Like the voice actor, so Troy Baker, voice actor for Booker, knows how to play guitar. And I feel bad for forgetting the voice actor for Elizabeth. She's a singer. Right. And so they're like, it'd be fun if we just did this. And like, let's mic it up. And they found a use for it in the game.
Gotcha. It's silly to do it in the middle of this thing.
Yes.
Where they're trying to, ferment this revolution.
Yeah.
I just like it. There's also a little kid that you find down in this basement. I find that really confusing. Like, while singing, you hand him an orange. And he's down there. He's in like a fucking, panoply of oranges.
Yeah.
Like, he could have grabbed an orange, but you grab him an orange. It's like, it's supposed to be this like very, pet the puppy moment.
Yeah.
And it's just, I dislike.
Yeah.
Dislike. There's also a weird little thing here too, where there is a upgrade, like a health vigor shield upgrade that's guarded by some people. And they like point a gun at you and they're like, if you get this, we're going to shoot you. And it causes a little localized fight. And I don't know if there's a way to get that peacefully, but I was very frustrated because these people are starving and I'm sitting on like $1,400.
Yeah.
And why can't I buy it? It's for sale. Like, it's a store.
Yeah.
Like, they're selling their stuff. They're selling food and stuff. Why can't I buy it? Why are you making me steal this and kill some poor people to get this upgrade that is the most meaningful upgrade in your game?
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's been nonsense stuff. when you get to the police station, which is in the shantytown, this is the weird fucking roller coaster fun factory in the beginning of it, with just like real fun loop-de-loops.
Yeah, must kill Mo. Wee.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very must kill Moe. Must kill Moe. Moe. With two big cannons up front. This is where you fight the big cannons, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, there's two. It looks like the boss of a Contra level, like this big building front with two cannons on either side, but I just ducked out and shot it.
Yeah.
No big deal. I'm supposed to, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You get through that and you get through the police station.
Yeah, there's really nothing special about the police station once you get
Nope.
inside.
Nope.
But yeah, you get to the impound. Elizabeth tears, opens a tear into a version of the room where there are no tools. So like, okay,
because
this
you can't pick up the tools.
Right.
Like you're like, oh, we didn't think this through. Like these are gun making tools. This is huge boxes of gears.
right.
We can't do anything about this. Well, why don't we just tear into another world
Mm-hmm.
where the tools won't be there, but the idea being, oh, they'll be back in the shop.
Yeah.
They could have just done that when they got there, when he had the sickness.
And
Even though they figured out the sickness by then, they knew what the sickness was.
But like the plot mandates that she only opens tears when she finds them, so there has to there wasn't a tear in the workshop or something. Like no,
But it wasn't like, let's go look for a tear. It's like, let's go pick up these 40-ton weights.
right.
Like it just, the characters are being dumb
Yeah.
in a way that like they're not portrayed that way. Like they are competent and smart and moral characters is how they're always presented to you.
Yeah.
But they're dumb and immoral characters.
Yes.
And that's going to start now because we hear the battle on the other side of that tear, and we go in, and this is where the revolution has happened.
Right. The Vox have have raised up because this is the world where you got the guns for the Vox, kind of. Instead, this is the world where Booker never got to Elizabeth. He couldn't get into that, so he fell in with the Vox. I guess because he had nothing else to do.
Yep, because that's a different video game, I guess.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
There's no reason for him to have done that. Because presumably the people who told him to bring their own wipe away the debt would know to look for him here.
Right.
That plot gets dropped for this Booker.
Right.
Also, at many times Booker could run. One of the things I kept thinking about this was like, why don't you go to Paris?
Yeah.
Like you can't. You're telling me you can't lay low, for a little while. Like, give me a break. And he doesn't know that it's the Luteces. Like, of course they could chase him through time and space, but he doesn't know that.
Mm-hmm. He
doesn't know about their like extra dimensional power.
Yeah.
Yet. So in this world, he was a hero and a martyr.
Yeah.
Like he died for the Vox.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't immediately start getting the nosebleeds, but that happens eventually here.
Yeah. Yeah. You find this out by seeing a poster like you and Slate burn down the Hall of Heroes. This is where you get another cover. This is where you hear the a cappella Fortunate Son.
Yep.
If I never hear Fortunate Son again, I'll feel pretty good.
Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah. I've heard that a lot. And this is where we get the line of the game, like the thing that underlines everything wrong with this, and the terrible line that I've quoted a million times is Booker saying, "These folk need a better class of hero. When it comes down to it, the only difference between Comstock and Fitzroy is how you spell the name," which is just as a thesis statement, like Troy Baker should have refused to say.
Yep.
Like, just like, oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, I understand. I don't actually think he should have done that. Like, he's a voice actor. That's not his job. But like, it sucks.
Yeah.
It sucks ass, and it's going to keep happening now. And they're just going out of their way for the rest of the game to show you how bad. And like, I get that a revolution can be not pretty.
Yeah, no, and I get that it's a thing that sometimes happens in uprisings and things like that.
Yeah, like there can be an atrocity in an uprising. Yeah. I'm not saying that doesn't happen.
Right.
The two problems with this is one, the more controversial problem I have with that is that I think portraying that as an unequivocal bad is irresponsible.
Yes.
Like.
But because it neglects, because the violence is overt, it completely overwrites and minimizes the institutional de facto violence of oppression and exploitation, things like that.
Institutional and systemic violence is violence.
Yes.
Right. And revolutions, when they have these kind of like, America was born of a revolution. Like it does not have to be the violence that comes with a revolution, which that wasn't like a French Revolution with public executions, but it was a war. People got shot and killed in that. Can be for a greater good.
Yeah. Even
if you won't go with me on that, I think it is inarguable to go with me on the fact that it is irresponsible to mention that in the same sentence as the civil rights movement.
Yes.
Like, even if you will not say that a bloody revolution can sometimes be worth it, making that happen as a result of something that specifically echoes the American civil rights movement is fucking vile.
Yeah. In one of the DLCs, one of the Lutesses, in kind of the retcon that is done with Fitzroy, says, oh, she's more of a Martin Luther King than a Malcolm X. Well, fuck you.
Yeah. Like, seriously, fuck you. Fuck you. Big fuck you. Colossal fuck you.
And if you want to raise a point, if you want to say, like, oh, this feels like it's going off on the wrong track, like, don't use that opportunity to draw an equivalency. You just walked into a world, Booker. You, with your bloody past, you just walked into a world where you are being worshipped as a hero. If you just said these people need a better class of hero, if they're worshiping me, that's probably bad.
Yeah. Yep.
Like...
Yeah,
which that still would be fraud, but it's like taking every opportunity you can to say they are both equally bad. Like, that's just, again, irresponsible.
It's also, if you wanted to make a game about how bloody revolutions can, how a revolution can go too far and be bad, that's a different game.
Yep.
Like, you do something totally different. Also, not that interesting of a thing to make a game about.
Yep.
Not the fire that we have right now.
Right. Yeah.
And not the fire that we had when this was being made. Like, certainly not in 2019.
Yeah. Not the fire that is still burning after the original sin of this goddamn country.
Yeah. That is not the problem we have right now. Right. Like, is it true? Like, arguably, that a revolution can take it too far and commit some atrocities? Yes. Is that the concern right now? No.
Yeah.
Like, we have bigger fish to fry that are more immediate and real, that we do not need Ken Levine to armchair fictionalize a take on that problem that we currently don't have. Like, it's just disgusting. Like, it's just weird. Like, when I first played it, I was like, oh, geez. And this time I felt like my stomach folded itself up. Like, I was just like, like, come on. Yeah. I don't know, man. It is I don't even feel like this is us being parodies of ourselves. I think this is legitimately as disgusting as I feel. And some people are not going to have a problem with it, for sure. Like, and I'm not saying you are like a monster if you don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
I just think that, like, maybe think about the real life effects of civil rights in this country and how that might feel to somebody who's, other than yourself, I guess.
Yeah.
With this, if you don't think that that's like kind of gross, maybe like, what can you do a little bit of stretching to understand how it might be considered gross? Yeah. And then once you do that little bit of stretching, keep stretching, because that's good to consider, and be empathetic to people who have a different experience than you have. It's inherently good.
Yeah. And this will sound like I'm manufacturing a straw man, but this is actually laid out in the controversy section of like the Wikipedia. One of the critical reads on this on this game was from the extreme far right, kind of what would eventually become Gamergate or what have you. I didn't mean to invoke that specter just as I don't know. I'm hedging too much. But people said, oh, this is just propaganda. They looked at the first part of this game and said, oh, here we have Ken Levine, a person of, who is, culturally Jewish, making this kill a white person simulator, that is wrong. Like that is not what's going on here. It is like, but that is, I think, a little bit of a little bit of a knock-on side effect of when you are playing in this incredibly weighty space and then throwing your hands up and saying, I don't know, take it and make of it what you want.
Yeah. No one's going to take it well.
Yeah.
It's always a bad idea to just do a thing and then throw it out in the air and say, do with it what you will.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it just, that is the danger you put yourself in for not having a perspective.
Yeah.
Even if you wanted this to be the perspective that was like confidently all the worst things it could be, in some ways, not in all ways, I mean, that would be pretty vile, but in some ways it would be better because it wouldn't make me think you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
Like, I would just be like, oh, that guy's like a monster.
Yeah.
I don't think that Ken Levine's a monster. I think he's a fucking moron.
Yeah.
Like, I just, like, I don't, and letting yourself be like you never want to make a piece of art that somebody in Gamergate could be like, oh, you made a white person simulator. This is racist against, this is reversed racist. And you be like, yeah, maybe, it's up to you. Like, what life have you led where you do that?
No, and you
You
know,
know?
like, so usually abject suffering is the space where we talk about things, you know, behaviors online that we do not care for. But you know, it is something that you see writ large in that somebody wants to be a chameleon as regards what they actually think is right and wrong, so they can live in the benefit of the doubt and shift to the thing that, you know, I'm borrowing this point from that Innuendo Studios thing. They shift to whatever version of the story appeals to the aspect of kindergarten morality that is that the person is accusing them of breaching, right?
Yep.
Like it is just it is just a shitty tactic, and it's a shitty posture to live your life in.
It's not good to live there.
No.
Like, it's not good to live in the benefit of the doubt. I promise, it's like, and I know I'm talking not to people who are listening to this, right? But like,
right?
What I would want to tell those people is like, legitimately, try living somewhere and you'll like it.
Yeah.
Like it is good. Like, it feels good to be a person with conviction.
Yeah.
And consider like your actual perspectives and come to a, like, you know, oh, like, I'm not going to just throw my hands up at the body of creation, at the experience of being a human being.
Yep.
I'm going to throw my hands up and be like, it's not really for me, though, actually. Like, I just don't, you know, I just feel like I don't want to get involved in that. I don't know what's right. I just don't want to, I'm a non-combatant. I'm a non-participant in that. Like, what a disservice you're doing to yourself, and the art you make will always fucking suck.
Yeah.
If that is your perspective, you cannot make good art from a non-perspective.
Yeah. Having convictions does not make you small-minded. It does not make you closed-minded. It gives you a perspective. Literally, you pick a position and look at the world from it, and that changes the way things appear. And also it informs and adds color and shade to the things that you are making. It communicates something about greater human value. You know, that you just cannot get by saying, well, I don't know, maybe both.
Yeah. It's profoundly lazy, and so much so that it is immoral.
Yeah.
As attacked.
Make a choice. Values have a cost, and that is what makes them precious.
Totally. And even like, that is something that is true even when, like, so it's not like I'm just like, oh, like, I just like that people vote. I don't care who they vote for. Like, I do care who they vote for. Right. It's a scale where, like, yes, I think you should vote for things that are related to human rights. Like, you should vote for a kinder, like, a society that takes care of our own. That is the way you should vote. I do have, even if people don't do that, if it is a principled, good faith position that I disagree with, I have slightly more respect, even if it is one I think is immoral, than the just like, I'm just a non-combatant in this.
Yeah.
You know, it is always better to have a position, even if that position is super shitty. It's not equally good. It's not all positions are equal. That's the slippery slope that you run into, where it's like, well, I just care that you vote. Like, no, actually, like, I care about more than that, just that you vote. But that, like, at the very fucking least, give a shit. You know, even if you make vile art, like this, in some ways, like Bioshock Infinite is a worse game than like Hatred. Because Hatred has a perspective, you know, and kind of it's abhorrent, it's disgusting, or like Postal 2 or something. Yeah, like, it's disgusting. It's an absolutely disgusting, vile game. But it knows what it is, and this doesn't.
It's not afraid.
Yeah, exactly. It's confident, and this is not confident. Anywho, so that happens. It's really bad. It's the line this game should have become famous for, rather than give us the girl and wipe away the debt.
Yeah.
We now return to Finkden. We're back at the plaza. We go back to the gun shop. Chenlin and his wife are dead on the floor.
Oops.
Yep. Because the revolutionaries have taken it too far.
Oh yeah. You find a Vox phone, from Booker. It's weird to hear your character's own voice. Coming from a different situation. So again, like we said, Elizabeth had been taken to the Comstock house by the time he arrived, and so he fell in with the Vox because he just couldn't get to her. We're going to see a little bit more of how that articulates later. But like, that is one of the main differences between these different worlds.
These worlds.
Yeah.
Yep. So they can't get into the factory where Fitzroy is. So you have to take out an airship that's bombarding them with rockets. Early on in this terror, you are actually on the side of the Vox.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of visual confusion there. I kept shooting my allies. because everyone just kind of looked the same.
Yeah.
As far as this, like
they
in terms
have
of their
they have
uniform and
identical
their-
silhouettes.
yeah, they have identical silhouettes and identical uniforms. So, but you actually you're fighting with somebody and kind of like a Gordon Freeman fighting with people feeling
Yeah.
to this early is what they're kind of trying to evoke. It feels like.
Yeah.
Once you actually get into the factory, take that out. You head in. You start seeing the atrocities. Like they're starting to play the atrocity card here with the stuff the Vox are planning to do. You get an elevator in the factory, and you get a call from Fitzroy, and she's like, I saw you die. I don't like that you're alive because that complicates the narrative. And now the Vox are your enemy.
Yep.
So Fitzroy has no principles and is also an unfeeling murder idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Because of course she is.
Yeah.
Because that's what. And then later, this is the character they say is like MLK.
Yeah. Because having beliefs and wanting things is the worst crime you can commit.
Yeah. You get up to Finks's office. I like this exploring somebody's space. This doesn't happen very often in this game.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually like this going into the factory and going into the office and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is where you kind of learn that the handyman came from Big Daddy's.
Yeah.
Or could. Like when he looks through the tear and he sees this combination of man and machine.
Yeah. So the handyman kind of came from that, and then ultimately becomes Songbird as well.
Yep.
Yeah. We get a new vigor here. Like we are firmly into the dregs of vigors. Like there's
These last couple of vigors are pretty rough.
Yeah, they're just unloading the junk drawer on you. You get Undertow here, which could be good, but isn't.
Yeah, just by this I was so invested.
Yeah.
In what I already used. So the thing about Undertow is it gives you like a tentacle arm, and it like lets you throw, like toss or pull guys.
Yeah.
Which is a cool power in video games ever since like Jedi Knight 2. Like this is cool.
Yep.
And you're in a city in the sky, so you think it'd be really cool because you can push guys off into their deaths. Like some cornfield in fucking Iowa just
littered
full
with
of
Vox.
dudes. Yeah, just littered with exploded Vox. But I just never used it.
Yeah.
Partly because right after you get it is you fight a handyman.
Yeah.
And I don't think it works on him.
No. And so the tentacle is like the charge version of that. The regular version is it's just, like it just douses them with water. It's like a water jet.
A little push.
So the centerpiece of this, we got that plasmid. We saw evidence of where these ideas came from. There's kind of this weird like windowed center room we look through, and we see Fitzroy shoot Fink and then smear his blood on her face. Yep. I have no problem with this.
Yeah, so far. Yeah. He's the guy who told everyone that they need to be a bee because bees can't have sick days. And then set up a weird murder theater
right
for you and stuff. He is bad. We've just seen the atrocities that happened in Shantytown, which he's responsible for. All well and good. Then though, you fight a handyman, which is just pretty shitty handyman fight, and then we see Daisy inside, and he's threatening this kid. And she says the founders are nothing but weeds. You have to cut them down, or they just grow back. You have to pull up their roots. So she's about to kill an innocent child. Again, the game series that calls her an MLK is about to do that. This gets retconned.
Yes.
In the DLC as being a forced thing. Her hand was forced, even though she does have this little soliloquy beforehand, which doesn't really land very well with this being forced.
It kind of seems like something you really believe, huh?
Yeah, it does. It definitely doesn't. It definitely doesn't seem like a retcon brought on in relation to criticism, irrational. And this reminds me a lot of I think 2015. Do you remember the Woke Gator?
What?
Do you remember Woke Gator?
No, I don't.
So like I play in the mud in Twitter more than you do.
Yeah.
And there is like a worst tweet of the year kind of thread that tends to come up. And there was a guy who this like white family who like their kid like fell into a gator enclosure.
Okay.
And got killed by an alligator.
All right.
And somebody's Twitter take on that was that because it was like a young white person, it was good.
Ugh. Oh no.
And they did a bunch of backpedaling and stuff, and they got roundly dragged.
Right.
Like, roundly dragged. But that's what this is. This is like Woke Gator. And the fact that like there are people who are on the right who think that is what the left is.
Yeah.
Where it's like, yes, we want to kill young white children.
Right.
But no, like when somebody made that thing about an accidental death where it happened, they were so widely mocked and ridiculed and ratioed into oblivion.
Right.
Like, it is not representative.
No.
But this game, because it wants to do that equivalency, has to make this thing representative that is not representative, and then backpedal on it. But it's very disappointing that this person who is fighting for, who is positioned as a civil rights leader is just going to murder kids. Like how MLK would have strangled a white baby in the crib if he could have. Which is I'm not saying that. It's the fucking perspective of the game.
I know.
I'm saying that to the audience. Like, it's just understand how this sucks.
Yeah. Again, sweater made of cockroaches.
Yeah, it's just disgusting. Elizabeth stops Fitzroy from doing that by stabbing her in the back with some scissors.
Right. Which was the point of this. Like, this is like the Lutesses forced her to do that to prepare Elizabeth to kill.
Yep. Her event horizon.
Yeah. She says, I guess it runs in the family. Again, referring to her relationship with Comstock.
Yes.
So I guess before Fink died, he was listening to one of Booker's voxophones.
Which was left there. Single serving audio play.
Yeah. Booker is dying. This is actually a pretty good audio log because it's a lot of dead air, as he is trying to get up the strength. And it just kind of ends with him saying, Anna, I'm sorry, over and over again.
Yeah. You get onto the Comstock ship, the First Lady. Elizabeth is still upset. She's locked herself away. You try to get her to come out, but she's traumatized. You set a course, and she has now changed into Lady's Comstock clothes, cut her hair, and washed the blood off. It is a fairly obvious, I feel like, creative writing kind of 201 baptism thing, like Garnet does in Final Fantasy IX.
Yep, Cecilia and Wild Arms. Yeah.
Yep. However, Songbird arrives and grounds you.
Taking us to a section, learning of the past. We're getting into the pits. These next two sections are fucking garbage.
Yeah, this is not fun.
No.
We're past the section that is fun in this game. Pretty actually, extremely.
Yeah. So we wake up in Emporia. We actually wake up to the twins playing piano in the rubble, right under the hulk of this downed airship. And they're hitting the notes of the kind of the horn, the horns that summon Songbird. But they're playing it in the wrong.
You don't necessarily know this at this point.
I recognize the tune. It's the same tune over and over again. You also know it
because she tries to stop. Elizabeth tries to stop it.
Yes.
When Songbird showed up, they also show it to you right before that. The reason why Songbird showed up to crash her ship was because a weird mechanical Comstock. Played with the whistles on his back.
Like a whistle. Yeah. But they're saying, hey, it's the wrong instrument. And they say, here's the secret. They give you a card, showing the pipes that Comstock uses. And it's a picture of a cage.
Yep. Says we need to stop Songbird from stopping your escape.
Right.
You board this gondola to go through to downtown Emporia, and you pass the twins a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
You see them in the background, and there's been a couple cute little things where they've been in the background of scenes and stuff before they do the Joker.
Yeah.
Arkham City stuff a little bit. Or Arkham Knight stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Elizabeth's like, oh, those are the people who made Columbia float. They finally reveal that totally in its totality. When you get into this kind of train station area, you can just barely hear this ragtime version of Shiny Happy People.
Mm-hmm.
Out of all the covers, it felt like there was the least confidence they had because you can never hear it clearly.
Yeah.
The ambient sound of the game is really loud. You have to go onto YouTube to hear the full version of it.
Mm-hmm. I enjoy it because I like REM, but just the ragtime delivery. Meet me in the ground, people.
Yep. Once you get through this station, you reach a code lock that has 0451. Get my fucking name out of your mouth.
Stolen Valor.
Yeah, Stolen Valor. And the Comstock statue brings Songbird down again. Elizabeth just kind of crashes through the roof. Elizabeth says, just let Songbird take me to the tower. You can't fight this.
Mm-hmm.
It has me in its grips.
Yes.
So you do.
Yeah.
You let it take her.
Yeah. So you need to reunite. So you're heading in through downtown Emporia. This is kind of a hub area. You're going to be going around here a lot, chasing after a bullshit boss. You find a vigor called Return to Sender. This should be cooler than it is.
This is the vigor to put at the bottom of your vigor pile and never look at again.
Yes. Yeah. It lets you catch bullets and then throw them back, but it barely ever worked for me.
The combat doesn't have a pace for it.
Nope.
You are being attacked from two different angles and you have to move too often for this to be good. Its initial thing is just a shield and then you can recharge to send things back. But like a slower paced action game, this would be cool. Like this would be a cool ability in like Resident Evil 4 or something.
Yeah. Yep.
But this doesn't allow you to stay. It is too quickly paced for that.
Yeah.
You get to kind of go through some kind of greatest hits of this. You get to go through Fink's Brothers workshop. You get to go through the Lutece workshop. You can't get in there, but you see it. It's kind of cool. You eventually get to the gate of Comstock House. And this mechanism there mistakes Elizabeth for Lady Comstock. So I think earlier I said that Songbird took her. That doesn't happen yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's still with you. How do you get rid of Songbird at that point?
No. I think that he just goes away. I have no idea.
Sorry, I can't remember. It's okay. It's been weeks since I played this. Yeah. You still have Elizabeth with you at this point.
Yeah.
Comstock House says, "Hey, Lady Comstock, come on in," but then your handprint doesn't work.
Right. And it seems like you're having an off day. Your handprint is different.
Yeah.
Why do they have a speaking AI in this gate?
I don't know.
That can scan her appearance and recognize the clothes, but not recognize she's a different person.
Seems pretty high tech.
Yeah.
So your idea is like, I'm going to get my mom. And this introduces this whole weird like character arc for Elizabeth about her mommy issues.
Yeah.
That are not well handled. Like you're going to go cut off her mom's hand, which like, okay, like maybe you don't know that she's held in stasis like Lennon.
Yeah.
At this point, but still it seems like a bet, like a long shot. That it's not just gonna be a skeleton hand you're gonna rub up against this fingerprint thing. But you head there, you do see that she's held in state. When you get the hand, Comstock calls out over a speaker system using her power to open a tear that makes Lady Comstock into a ghost. Now, they go through great pains to explain. This is very similar to the bleeds thing, where it makes no fucking sense as it is in the game. It has a very simple, this was a version, something from a past version of the game explanation that they wanted to use.
Yeah.
But the actual explanation is purely practical. The in-game explanation is nonsense.
Yeah.
Absolutely nonsense, introduced really, really late into the game. This whole concept of like, this is an amalgamation of my feelings.
It is her both alive and dead at the same time, but mixed in. It's kind of like summoning the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Yeah.
Wait, you thought about me as a monster. Well, I'm a monster now.
Yep. Yep. The reason why, so this used to be one of the heavy hitters that they had, was they had a series of resurrection based enemies. First it was like a preacher. Then I think it was an ability that the crows had, the Order of the Raven had. They still like this idea of somebody who could resurrect, which fucking why?
No, why?
Like that sucks. But
why are you so in love with your combat? It's not fun to kill them the first time. I'm kind of over it by the third and fourth.
It's not that interesting, but they wanted to reuse it. They wanted to do something, and they maybe realized like, oh, this character who seems like she should be big in our mythology does not get enough screen time.
Yeah.
So this whole next section is the Lady Comstock show. And Lady Comstock is one of the worst bosses and encounters I've played in games.
Yes.
I think this is excruciating.
Every time I come back to it, I think, I don't remember it being as bad as people said. Like, I remember not liking it, but nope, it is. It's worse.
Yeah, it's extremely bad. So she is a ghost. She floats around. She has like a short range kind of AoE thing she can do. She'll get up close to you and kind of blast you with sound or something that kind of makes your screen shake and gives you an effect. But her primary attack mode is literal unending enemies.
Yes.
Just spawning enemies.
No break, no downtime. She takes a million shots to take down.
Yep. You guess how many, and people who have not played this, I'm going to give you a gift early. Christmas came early. Guess how many fucking times they repeat this boss fight?
4?
3. Like, it happens 3 times. You do this boss fight, this is the worst one. You do it 3 fucking times in the game. Like, people who have played it know that. People who have not played it, can you goddamn imagine? Can you conceive of it? It's just amazing.
Yeah.
Like, how did people who are professional video games makers be like, yeah,
let's do it. Come on.
yeah, not only is this good, but let's do it 3 times. This is good. Yeah.
Happy hour, man. Yard marks.
Yeah. Oh.
Just give her a shit ton of HP. Fight her 3 times. Yeah. We have a deadline.
Yeah. Let's just get through it. So I don't know, man. Like, it is pretty frustrating. You're fighting her in a graveyard, so of course she has a lot of power. One thing that actually happens also that I don't like is that later she actually resurrects actual corpses around.
Why?
My thought. Well, so that's, it's dumb that she can resurrect things in the, like we didn't even talk about that. I don't know why she has the power of resurrection. But like, I was like, oh, what'd be cool is now that I know this is coming, for the second and third fight, I could incinerate these corpses or something.
Yeah.
And limit her power. But no, we think this is good enough to repeat 3 times. It sucks. Yeah. It sucks. So you just had to gun them down and keep getting pot shots at her. She heals.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, she heals as well. Like, good Lord.
Yeah. And you're going to die because it's endless enemies too. So when you revive, she heals there.
She heals there. So she heals herself as an ability. She heals when you die. Like, the thing that I ended up ultimately figuring out the second time was better than the first time is just literally strongest weapon right next to her, hammer, just tap both the mouse buttons.
Yep, volley gun. Yep.
As fast as you can and try to wear her down before she can get a base.
Yeah.
It just sucks.
Yeah.
After you beat her this first time, you find the Lutesses, they're digging their own graves.
Fun. This will be a fun little scene for them. Let's get dirty.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, yeah. And they do this whole thing like, she's dead, but she, died, will die, lived, will live,
Yeah.
She's a master of conjugation.
Yeah.
Die. Death.
Ich bin hungry.
Yeah. She's the Latin conjomancer from 3 Hours of Forest. And they say, like, you can actually bring Lady Comstock to reason. We'll help you. You need to show her the 3 truths about herself. So go on a scavenger hunt.
Yeah, it's all these doors that are just magically unlocked now.
Yep. So now you get to go through and find the 3 terrors by following her ghost footsteps to learn the story of Lady Comstock, the answer to the question no one asked.
We made fun of the lived, will live idea. One of my favorite little scenes with the Lutessas is them arguing over like which pluperfect future tense they need to use.
Yeah, that's cute.
Just bickering over it.
Some of the writing with those guys are good. They're just in the wrong game.
Yeah. But yeah, you go around and you're fighting Lady Comstock kind of at every turn while you're also just kind of like backtracking around this area. And that's not good backtracking either. So you go to a photography shop, the Lutessas are here. They're confronting the owner. They've come back from the dead. It is Fink that killed them.
Yep. Fink had them killed. So this is also you learning the story of the Lutessas as well.
Yeah.
As Comstock. The second one is a bank inside the vault. Where they're Fink's going to kill them to get the patents. Comstock wants them killed because they made Elizabeth. And we keep saying they. It's really just the Lady Lutess because this is before the male Lutess comes over, I believe.
Right.
And Elizabeth says like, oh, the Comstock we're fighting is the weird combo of my feelings and emotions. I guess that can happen. Now emotions going to wrap up in this. We do the second boss fight with her in the bank lobby. And then we go to the Lutess workshop, which is cool. A cool scene. You get to see how it was sabotaged and stuff. This is actually like a rare bit of environmental storytelling. Yeah. Lady Comstock believed that Rosalind Lutess was sleeping with Comstock, and Elizabeth was her child. Rosalind's like, no, Comstock's sterile, but the child is the product of our research.
Right.
Yeah.
So good, not exactly wrong, but also not exactly right either.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you have all of these, and somehow this is enough to placate Lady Comstock. You go and fight her at the gates of the Comstock house just one more time, and Elizabeth actually apologizes for her hand in the siren's creation. You're like, hey, I'm sorry I brought you back wrong. The lady begs Elizabeth, to look for a world where neither of them met Comstock, and then she goes away.
Yep. And blast the door open.
Yes.
She explodes the door. She doesn't use her handprint. Which I couldn't do that with all my ordnance, but whatever.
No, whatever. Yeah.
moving us into a section called Fearing the Future. And we start out in Comstock House. You board this cable car to get there. And now it's a wintry sky storm.
Yes.
Zone.
Yeah. Like you pass through a tear, and that's what gets this, I think, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Songbird arrives, fucks you up, throws you into a building. And you want to go save Elizabeth. When you wake up, though, you're in the dream office.
Right. This time the twins are there, standing by the front door, saying, hey, bring us the girl, wipe away the debt. And you get out of the vision by opening this door that you never opened before. It had been locked.
Yep. When you wake up, Songbird's about to kill you, but Elizabeth offers herself in sacrifice. She says, spare him and take me.
Yes.
I'll go back to the tower.
Yeah.
You are chasing Songbird. You run up this bridge chasing the bird, but you pass through some kind of tear, and now we're in the future.
Yeah. Now it is snowing. Now Comstock House does not look like it did from afar. Now it is completely worn down.
Yep. And when you go inside, you see this picture of Elizabeth holding a sword, or a statue rather. And you hear over the PA her giving this sermon that's very much like Comstock.
Yeah.
This whole section is this idea that like you weren't there because you traveled through time, like through no fault of your own, but you didn't rescue her, even though it is trying to make you feel very guilty.
Right.
About the tortures that Elizabeth has experienced on your way there. And this is what Comstock was planning to do eventually with her, is brainwash her into a, some kind of hawk kind of creature.
Yeah, specifically by making her lose hope in humanity.
Yes.
But,
Comstock,
a little
cartoonishly super villainish.
Pretty much, yeah. But like Elizabeth is the sequel to Comstock insofar as she is more so like she has no hope that humanity has any kind of redemption coming to it. Yeah. And so, she is the one who will, seethe the Sodom below with fire.
Yep, and destroy the world. Because those are the stakes we're working with now.
Yeah.
This is their like shitty love letter to Shellbridge Cradle.
Yeah.
This is like an asylum, essentially, and it is a stealth section with the enemies that I think are the least cool or the biggest downgrade from their plans.
Yeah.
Which are the Boys of Silence. They're little boys in like adorable yumpers who have big cones on their ears to help them hear.
Yeah.
The original idea for these started out phase 1. They would listen to you and they could only find you once they've collected one of every sound you made. So if you fired a bullet, if you jumped, if you ran, if you, did those things, once they had a full set, they would find you.
Yeah.
And they gave that up because, as cool as that is, it was too hard to communicate to the player. Fair enough. I still think that's really cool.
Yeah.
It's a cool idea. Second thing, they made them sound-based. Yeah.
Like, just kind of like, they hear you.
Yep. They hear you because they have these big horns on their ears. They are sound-based. They're called the Boys of Silence. What they rounded down to, and it's just another example of like when Bioshock Infinite rounds down, it rounds fucking through the floor, is their lighthouses or their like searchlights.
Yeah.
They're they don't even need to be a person. They're invincible. You can't take them out. They don't play into the stealth system. They're just a searchlight. Yeah.
So they'll look in one direction. They stand in the center of the room. They'll look in one direction. And then you can move and get behind cover for when they, stare in the direction you want to be.
They have a huge light coming out of them. They're literally searchlights. Like they have a light coming out showing where they stare.
Yeah. Are they visually impressive? Like, is their model cool? Yeah. Is that enough?
Yeah. No. It's just reskinning a searchlight.
Yeah.
It's so disappointing to me. And you can't kill that. Like I was like, if I sneak up on this guy, that'll be cool. You can't do it.
No.
Like once they die, they just disappear into a poof of nothing, poof of game design. They disappear into a lack of game design.
Yeah.
And then they summon all of these the guys who are again these guys who have reconciliation sickness, who are an original enemy of the game. Like these are supposed to be the splicers.
Yes. They're inmates in the asylum. They're wearing the founders' masks. But you don't really have to fight them if you don't want to.
Yeah,
because
if you can avoid the silence
stealth.
boys. Yeah. There's a couple like silence boys that are mandatory.
Yeah.
Like they get you and stuff. But what a disappointment. What a disappointment as a section. Like what a bummer.
Yeah. It's just a bunch of floors of that, avoiding them and then kind of seeing what happened to Elizabeth and what she became, right?
Yep.
You hear, you're walking by these tears and you're hearing Elizabeth being worked over by Comstock and by this other person you haven't met, Dr. Pettifrog. They're trying to cure her of her illness, something worse, hope.
Yeah. Gotta kill the Hope.
Oh God, sorry, I need to. My eyes rolled out of my head.
Yeah. It is. We are now. That is the scale we're dealing with. Is this like absolute cartoonish super villainy?
Yeah. She's lost hope that you're going to come and rescue her.
Yeah.
And this leads to her taking up Comstock's work. You get to a gate where you hear screaming behind it. And you've opened it up, and it turns out that the twins are there. They're taunting you. The screams are coming from a tear. No, you're not rescuing Elizabeth.
Yeah. Which is just, again, shades of Final Fantasy X in service of a dumbass twist.
Yeah.
To like just try to undercut the player, but there's no particular reason. Like one of the ways that this falls down for me is the idea. So the motivation for the Luteces would be that they would be sadist because they don't like Comstock.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And Booker's done a bunch of shitty stuff, but surely they can understand that he literally doesn't remember that stuff, that this version of him, like the idea behind this, that there is a natural, like you can have a property and it doesn't matter what you do. You are just evil across all dimensions and all choices you make.
Yeah, that's a pretty, that is strictly like a Calvinist viewpoint.
Yeah,
like,
there's
fuck
this
you,
weird
don't do
Calvinist viewpoint behind this that everyone works and understands regardless of what they know. Like Booker isn't, there's a part in one of the DLCs where Booker says he doesn't remember something and Elizabeth's like, no, I believe you. And then, executes him.
Right.
And is pointlessly cruel to somebody who has no memory of being evil.
Yeah.
Like he has memory. And the thing that's frustrating is like the Booker we spend time with is not a good character.
No.
He is never called out for the reasons he's not a good character.
Right.
He's never punished for busting up strikes.
Uh-huh.
He's only punished for the fact that he could turn into Comstock.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it is just so immensely unsatisfying. So when you run into the Luteces here and they're just being needlessly cruel and taunting him, it's like, if you don't know what's going on, you're like, what the fuck is this? Like, why are they doing that?
Yeah.
If you do know what's going on, it's like, what the fuck is this? What a bunch of assholes.
Yeah. Like, are you trying to convince
characters.
Are you trying to convince me that Comstock is supposed to die? Because I'm pretty sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, I'm gonna go kill him.
Yeah.
Like
I want to save Elizabeth.
But but all of that matters for naught because you have this weird original sin that is you could potentially become a Comstock.
Yeah.
And that's just not a very interesting idea and is abhorrent. That's like phrenology or something.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's gross.
Yeah.
So they're teasing you for no particularly good reason. You eventually get to the operating theater where you do hear Elizabeth. She's used all her power. She pulls you here at this point. And she's old at this point. Like she is old, and she pulls you up to see, like, look what I did. She has rained down fire on New York in 1984 and destroyed it.
Yes. She became this way. So the reason that she has lost hope, Songbird always got in the way. Whenever Booker across all of the universes tried to get to Comstock House, he couldn't get past Songbird. So she had to basically store up all of her power, which was being pulled away by the siphons. We learned that later. She had to save up all of her power while still committing this Armageddon.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Why'd you still do the Armageddon?
Yeah. Why did you Armageddon?
Yeah.
you're these people's gods.
Yeah. Like you wouldn't have to do that, and well, it's like if she had been, the reason why that doesn't work is it doesn't reconcile with this scene where she's like not remorseful, but she's not a sociopath.
Yeah, she wishes it didn't happen.
Yeah, you just did it.
She hadn't been cured of hope.
Yeah, I just dropped my toilet out of the window. I just like lifted my toilet up like fucking One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, tossed out the window, but I wish I hadn't. I just did it, but I wish I hadn't. And actually I did it because you're supposed to feel bad. Oh, you can't remember it. You didn't actually do it. It's all stuff that your alternate dimension human version did. And like, yes, he gave up Elizabeth, which is a super shitty thing to do.
Yeah.
But it's just this weird outsized, like, I don't know, man. It is an absolute mess. Like you took the elements of a story. It's not even like a Burroughs cut up. It's like down to the letter level. Just put them all in a box and just shook it up.
Yeah.
Just total absolute mess that she did this. This idea that no matter what happened, Songbird always stopped you from rescuing her is almost this cool, like, eternal sunshine.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of like that idea that he's just kind of doomed to fail this.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't really see that or play in that game.
No.
It's just a line on top of this nonsense.
Yeah. Oh, this is where you get the card with the cage.
Yeah.
Instead of giving you something that has like a musical staff on it, no, it's a pictogram. It's a little rebus. It's not like the fate of the world is hanging in the balance. Well, let's give past me a puzzle.
Yep, exactly. Like let's because we have this kind of funny or not funny, kind of cute like puzzle element.
Yeah.
Like this cute little clever thing, but we're gonna be coy for no reason, for video game reasons, for Final Fantasy X and Bioshock Infinite reasons. Sucks. You head back to the present and actually rescue Elizabeth. You sabotage the siphon.
Mm-hmm.
And now she doesn't have the siphon. So she fights back. She opens a tear to Kansas where a tornado is happening to blow up the girl.
Yeah, so it's different. So you didn't destroy the siphon. You just kind of pulled her off of the machine that was harvesting her.
Oh,
you destroy the siphon later.
Yes, the siphon. Yeah, the siphon has multiple levels of siphonhood.
Yeah, there's a different siphon filter she has to pass through.
Yes,
but you stop the current experiment and you pull the needle out of the back of her head, and she summons in a tornado from Kansas to wreck up the machine as Comstock gets away.
Yep. Which is visually cool, but again, there's that opportunity cost of like, why weren't I summoning tornadoes earlier? When I would have liked that to kill your mom.
Yes.
So you pull it, you give her the card, and she's like, "Oh, this has to be a way to get past Songbird. We have to kill Comstock." And Booker's like, "No," and you're like, "You have to let me do this," and he's like, "I'll do it for you."
Yeah. Again, we all want Comstock to die.
Yeah, nobody likes this Comstock guy. We're all on the same side here. And she understands the card, like the rest of the cipher. She doesn't understand the cage symbol.
Mm-hmm.
This moves us into this next part called Wipe Away the Debt. When you get outside, you see Comstock's flagship, the Hand of the Prophet.
Mm-hmm.
And you fight your way onto this gunship and do more combat to get to the hangar bay.
Yeah, this is actually a long section. You're going up multiple different levels. You have to clear the Patriot pods off of the which is like a weird right wing tea party Keurig kind of thing. Patriot pods. But you have to get up to the top.
Coffee for men.
Yeah,
finally.
At last. Yeah. But you get to the top and you're in Comstock's quarters. This is where the voxophones get real on the nose in case you didn't quite get it yet. Mm-hmm. You're in the quarters. You see a replica of the tower and the siphons. Elizabeth's like, wait, is that why I can't create new tears? Because they built this. Additionally, there are some voxophones, one with the female Lutece saying, hey, this world's Comstock is aging really, really quickly. The other one is Comstock wondering what happens to the sinner when, the things are washed away in the baptism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And again, there's no reason for these to be here.
Right.
Like why this Lutece single serving audio drama is here. Silly.
Yeah. Let's talk about Comstock's garden.
Yeah, so you head to his garden on the ship where he's acting like this. We're face to face with him. He's like being this kind of affable villain.
Yeah, actually very preacher like. Oh, come, my child, let's wash away. Yeah. He's got a baptismal font right in front of him. Yep,
and he's like, I just want to protect you from the false shepherd, and he's just like, you're like, shut up, and he goes, why don't you tell Elizabeth about her finger? And this frustrates me because Elizabeth, who had this huge mad on for him, like he's not a good faith actor.
No,
in this, like, just immediately is like, yeah, what about my finger?
Yeah,
and all of a sudden is like instantly turned.
We didn't call attention.
Like, I'll ask you about that later.
Yeah, let's deal with the problem at hand. We didn't call attention to it, but one of her pinky fingers is cut off. It's got a thimble on the end of it. Like it's brought up in dialogue, but it just seems like a little quirk in her design.
There's no skin. It's just the tip of the bone. It's actually really grisly. That's not true.
Get infected, you die.
So Elizabeth is like, yeah, the finger, but Booker bashes the head of Comstock. And this is one of those things, again, I have so much respect for Noah Gervais, but when he talked about this, he's just talking about how much he wanted to stop this. Like he didn't like the violence of it. I'm like, this guy is a fucking monster.
Yeah.
We just went through.
You've just seen his works.
We just went through an asylum about his torture of his daughter for seemingly like a decade.
Yeah.
you know, of just like torture that ultimately ends up being with the world being destroyed in fiery pain. And this is after we also went through the shanty town that is his thing. One of the questions I had about this game, I ended up like, it was like an audio log I missed by research. I was like, why do black people come to Colombia?
Yeah.
You know, like,
oh shit, no, it's like straight up slave trade. Like Fink can quote unquote lease them. Yeah.
Yes, I didn't. I missed that audio log.
Yeah.
So I was frustrated with that. So I found out through research that this guy's a slaver, a racist slaver, potential world destroying child abuser.
Yeah.
And to be like, I didn't want to kill him. Like, how? Like, how did you? How evil can you be? Like.
Is it powerful? Yeah. Is it unpleasant? Yeah. Like you're crushing his head open and then drowning him in water that is polluted with his own blood from the gash, you know, where you broke his skull. Like, yeah, you know, I don't want to see that, but I'm happy it happened.
And also to go back, that violence has less meaning because that's how you kill most of the enemies in this game.
Right.
That's not that much more violent than the first guy you fucking immersion blend his face. Yeah. You know, so like, be better. Yeah. Like, goddamn you game. So you kill him. Elizabeth's like, what about the finger?
Yeah. Well, and you're screaming like, how could you give her up? Blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, all the stuff that makes sense in every situation. You know, all the different versions of him. And she's like, hey, you know, like, what about the finger? You know, you're hiding something from me.
Yep. And she's like, your nose is bleeding. So my nose has been bleeding a lot.
Yeah.
We solved that. One of my other versions is dead. It happens to everybody. That's why nosebleeds happen in general. We figured it out.
Oh God.
And she's like, well, the answer might be through one of these doors if we can destroy the siphon.
Right.
And you're like, okay, at this point, Booker no longer has a reason really to go along with any of this, but he just does it.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So you go there, you find another couple, you know, you find these voxophones.
Yeah.
Elizabeth dismantles a statue, grabs the whistle from it.
Mm-hmm.
She commands Songbird to help defend the airship from the Vox who are attacking.
Yes.
As you go to the tower. So now we're being attacked by civil rights activists, and we can now summon the Songbird we never get to fight as a weird like nuke that has a inconsistent and nonsensical refractory period.
Yes. So, you know, like when he's available, he can destroy anything, whether that is, you know, enemies who are on the ship or, you know, like you have to take out the Vox Zeppelins that are flying above you. You can take out any of them, but he is down longer. If you the bigger the enemy he kills, the longer he has to stay away.
For no reason.
Yeah.
Like even if it's an enemy on the deck of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he, you know, it's just he does the same motion, but it takes him out of commission. And this is a tower defense section.
Yeah.
You're doing this while stopping them from shooting, walking up to this big glowing core.
Yeah. Which why'd you put that on the outside of the ship, you dingus?
It's like the video gamest thing that's ever been. Yeah. Like it is so for a game that is about to try to like make a grand point about reality, like defend the big glowing thing on your ship by taking sending a skybird with a video game recharge, like a literal cooldown period. Repulsive, and that's not even the politics of it. It's just repulsive from a gameplay standpoint. Like this finale is awful.
Yeah, it's terrible. And you know, like I always put this down to easy because I don't want to do it again. And I've failed at it enough times where I'm like, no, let's get through this as quickly as possible.
Yep, it's got to go.
Yeah.
It just has to go. Yeah. You eventually take them all down for this point, you know, with Songbird and whatever, and then call Songbird on the tower. When the tower goes down, though, you lose control of the ship, and Elizabeth opens a tear to take you down to Rapture.
Yeah, like she has this immediate awakening. Like she does like she goes Super Saiyan when this happens because she has seen all worlds and all possibilities, and so she is immediately acting as a god. This is how she opens the tear to Rapture with Songbird on the outside, and we watch the life get strangled out of you know him as he is crushed by the pressure.
And it is meant to be very sad. Like there's a line earlier where she's like, you know, oh, he's kind of the only companion I had.
Yeah.
It has like the cadence and visual iconography of being sad, but I do not think that it, with the time we spent with this weird inhuman monster, we do not know enough about it. Like, I don't think it actually counts as sad.
Yeah.
It is sad to see a monster be pathetic.
Yeah.
Inherently, but it is unearned.
Right.
In this case, I believe. Songbird dies. Elizabeth is sad.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of neat. We're in Rapture. Elizabeth leads you to the bathysphere, which takes you up to the surface, and now she knows all.
Right.
So she is, at this point, just condescending to you.
Yeah, she's just walking you through and kind of delighting in the fact that you're many, many steps behind her.
Yep, rubbing your nose in it.
Yeah. But we step out of where the bathysphere rises, and we're kind of on these planks, on these walkways between infinite lighthouses. You know, she's saying like, oh, those aren't stars above us. Those are all doors.
Yep. Different dimensions. So we're in the many world ship.
Yeah.
We get to a door and she's like, I can't open it. I don't have the key. And then she looks down and she's like, it's in my hand. It's always been there. I just couldn't see it. That's dumbass bullshit. That's dumb as hell. Like that is just like, why even put that in there? Like, that's dumb as hell. Like, so you go through a few more doors, you see more towers. There are other versions of you exploring.
Right.
As well.
Yeah. And she, raises this mantra, another famous line from the game. There's always a lighthouse, always a city, always a man. Kind of hanging a lantern on the similarities between this and Bioshock, between this and, between Columbia and Rapture, right?
Yes. Yeah. You eventually open a door to a baptism. And this is the one Booker went to after Wounded Knee. He rejected the baptism. Like, this won't fix anything.
Yeah. And that is important because that determines whether a universe has a Comstock or has a Booker.
Yes.
Right.
Which, like, unpack that for a second too, I guess. That's a pretty gross thing to say.
I mean,
as a perspective.
Kinda. I'm a little bit down with, okay, so Booker, after, committing this terrible act at Wounded Knee, he's tortured. He feels conflicted about what he has done there. He goes and he has this inflection point where he can say, I can accept a baptism and wipe away all of that stuff and take a false righteousness without actually addressing or solving the problem. And with the power of God on his side, as he perceives it anyway, he is able to become Comstock, take on a new name, and just become even more of a monster because he feels absolved. Whereas Booker rejects the easy answer he perceives in the baptism and continues being tortured by it, but does not found a racist city in the sky. Like,
but
I can see like the religious epiphany, going bad and ending up in a worse, in a worse version of yourself.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
I don't have any problem with that if they weren't considered, if like the whole point of this sequence and what's coming in next is that they're equally bad.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I can see
like
that.
That's the thing that's dumb about it. Because what you just described is cool.
Yeah.
But Booker is also not innocent and also needs to die.
Right.
And that's the part of it that I have a problem with.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's not the game we got presented with. Like that is an idea and probably was the idea in one of the drafts.
Yeah.
Before they wanted to have this callback to Bioshock 1.
Yeah.
With this many daughters killing you instead of lifting you up.
Right.
So you eventually get to Booker. This is all just exposition dump.
Mm-hmm.
We get to Booker's office. The male Lutess is here.
Mm-hmm.
You want, the girl for the debt. You go get this. You give us your daughter. We'll wipe away the debt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you go into that room that's off to the side, and there's a crib in there. It's your baby.
Mm-hmm.
It's Anna. It's Elizabeth.
Yep. And there's two sets of events here that are going on that you're obviously confusing because of you have bad brain sickness from this, and so you're going to give up your baby.
Yeah.
Go back to the lighthouse in Maine this time. So back in the beginning, and Booker is sick.
Mm-hmm. He's got reconciliation sickness. Robert's been through this too.
Yeah.
Because Robert and Rosalind, they're the same person.
Yes. Which is pretty weird.
Yeah.
And there's these little signs about that when Robert came over, like she would like listen to music with him and stuff to calm him down.
Right.
And eventually made him sane.
Yes. Yeah.
So you can survive from it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But saying like, hey, Elizabeth saying like, it's not over just because the prophet is dead. It's only going to be over when he never lived in the first place. And Booker cracks his knuckles and all right, take me to his crib, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to crack that baby over my knee. That's not going to work though. Of course,
feast on the soft goo inside.
Yeah, I'm going to have a California cheeseburger. You go through the door. You're on the other side of the tear that Anna was pulled through, and this really, like, again, legitimately, the spectacle of this really works.
Yeah.
This heart-wrenching scene where Comstock and Lutess are pulling Anna through. It reminds me of that really great Raymond Carver short story.
Yeah,
with the baby Like, and with that, the matter was decided.
Mm-hmm.
Little thing.
Yeah.
Where they're trying to pull her through, you're trying to stop it. For as much as Booker is cosmically punished in this game, he did try to renege on it.
Yeah.
Like he did, decide, actually, this is too much. But nope, in the weird Calvinistic way of Bioshock Infinite, like it is enough to have an eternity of punishment for every version of you that will ever exist to make a terrible decision and decide not to do it.
Yeah. There cannot be the one person who decided to be good.
Yeah.
Because you don't have that kind of agency of yourself. Some people are just bad.
Yep, you are just bad. If you have a skull shape just like this, if you're a tree man, if you're one of the tree races, you are a conniving schemer. It is horrible. Yeah. So you're trying to get the girl through the tear. They're saying like shut down the machine. It shuts down the portal and cuts off her pinky.
Right.
So clever bit.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the root of her powers, right? Part of her's in one world and other parts in another. Like that is the instability that lets her be Quantum Jesus.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah. So we're back with the twins, and Booker reexamines the brand on his hand, which AD, you think, okay, is that like, Anno Dominion, like Era Vulgaris? What are we doing? No, it's Anno DeWitt.
Yeah.
I suppose the brand is his hair shirt as he is ours. What the Luteces have been doing is trying to undo this baby sale that they took part in because Robert, feels guilty over it, whereas Rosalind doesn't.
Yeah. Yep. So you want to go smother Comstock in the crib. You go through the door again to go do that, you think, but you're back at the baptism. Mm-hmm. And the Elizabeths or Elizabeth shows up, and then with multiple Elizabeths, Crisis on Infinite Elizabeths show up, and they're just kind of like, that's not going to work.
Right.
They're always, we got to be sure there's going to be a Comstock or something like that, kind of regardless.
Mm-hmm.
So they grab you.
Yep.
At this point.
And they're kind of doing a Greek chorus thing. Some of them are saying he's Zachary Comstock. Others are saying, no, he's Booker DeWitt. And the last line of the game is, no, I'm both. And then they drown you.
Yep. So you die for what?
There are loved ones in the glory whose dear forms you often miss when you close your earthly story. Will you join them in their bliss? Will the circle be unbroken by and by, by and by? Is a better home awaiting in the sky, in the sky, in the joyous.
This is setting up this idea that, and this is what the DLCs do, is that the League of Extraordinary Elizabeths are going to go into different dimensions to kill every copy of this person.
Right.
How dumbass is that?
It's so bad.
A dumb setup.
It's so bad. And then it's
a game that people said was a genius thing.
And then that it is all in service of setting up a stable time loop where nothing in Columbia matters except for the fact that that Rapture's creation necessitates the beginning of the events of Bioshock.
Yeah. Yep.
It's fucking brain dead.
Brain dead is a good way to put it. It is that is a foul statement. It is a foul thing to have that perspective, to come through all this and have that perspective that this person just needs to die. I mentioned earlier, and I barely feel the need to even say anything about the grandfather paradox involved in going through and making sure your father never existed, or the events that led to you doing getting the siphon unplugged, or all those things never existed. How that doesn't work. It is not a complex. It is the most common paradox.
Yep, it is the one. The
paradox. There's one paradox. It's this one.
Yeah, go to Google right now. See what auto completes.
Yeah,
it's paradox, grandfather.
Yeah, if you do a thing with time travel, this is the thing you have to deal with.
It is the one. If you're writing a time travel story, which is hard, Like
Yes.
the majority of time
Don't
travel
do it.
stories are really bad.
Yeah.
But
Don't do it. But if you have to do it, and the way you get around it is you say that when you go back in time and kill your grandfather, that starts a new timeline.
mm-hmm.
And that doesn't affect you, it starts a different timeline.
Yeah.
This is explicitly tackling the refutation of the grandfather paradox by saying all the Comstocks have to die.
Yeah.
It's not you saying you have to go back and kill a grandfather to create a version where you didn't exist. It's explicitly saying as text, you have to go back and kill all the grandfathers so no version of me can exist.
Is it
if you're
possible?
successful as such, you can't exist, and now we don't have a fiction.
Well, is it possible? Did he take the baptism after he sold Anna? No, but he would have sold Anna to himself. But they had gone. But no. I'm saying no. It doesn't work. It's too tangled.
Yeah, it does. It is not. It's too tangled. Even if you untangle it, it requires a pretty foul moral outlook of this person having this original sin that it's absolutely incurable.
Yeah, Wounded Knee happened in 1890. There would have been 5 years because Elizabeth is 17 at the time of this. Yeah, no,
I don't remember.
Yeah,
There's a
timeline
timeline though.
Yeah,
like you can look it up on the wiki.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like, yes, you can figure out where the pieces are, but ultimately it doesn't end up mattering because the perspective on it is still not acceptable. Like behind any part of it. Like, at no point you can spend a lot of time like putting together all the broken pieces of the Lego statue that was just a big Lego goatsy.
Yeah.
And like, at that point,
I would buy that set.
What you're looking into is just like the deepest, reddest asshole, and like, congrats, now you live there,
Yeah.
It's just really not good. And like the individual moments that are good, and these continue into the DLC.
Yeah.
There are cool moments of it, little bits of world building, because they didn't forget how to make it a kind of an interesting world. They just decided not to be interested in what they were good at.
Yeah, don't point the camera there. Point the camera here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the thing you're cool at, like the thing you're good at. And like, I think that sometimes, and this is my insecurity speaking, but when I think about my peers, like I think about people who I know who like games and stuff, who almost universally are more bored with video games than I am.
Yeah.
Like when I read tweets from like Jim Crawford or something like that, like who I like, I'm not calling him on shady or something like that, but he's just like very bored with video games as they are now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. Like, I don't feel like I need games to move forward into this. I would have been happy with a Bioshock 3 that was, here's a weirdo and here's their fucking city.
Yeah.
I think that's a matter of preference. I don't think the fact that this is such a spectacular failure necessarily supports that point.
Mm-hmm.
It just like, if I had gotten my way with that, we wouldn't have this absolute dog shit mess.
Yeah.
That this ends up being. So
this kind of seems to be a pretty compelling argument against, well, at least they swung for the fences.
Yeah, exactly. Like sometimes it's not inherently good. Novelty is not inherently good.
Yeah.
Newness is not inherently good. Like I genuinely believe that. Like it is, you can experiment and like, yes, you didn't. Well, so I guess like, so this isn't really an experiment. The actual philosophies behind this are only experimental in the context of a Bioshock game. These are tired and old philosophies.
Yeah, discredited.
Discredited. Yeah. Old as the hills, like discredited philosophies, abhorrent philosophies that we have as a society have rejected.
Mm-hmm.
There is no experimentation to this. Grafting it onto a first-person shooter is mildly experimental.
But you're still grafting it onto the most overdone thing at the time at the time this came out, but also at the time this was made.
Yep, and the time now.
Yeah.
Like one of the most it's not like Bioshock Battle Royale, but like there would be the equivalent of it. So it's like not only is there nothing really new about this, but also it matters that it failed. Yeah. Like it doesn't have that consolation. If you're not going to be a trailblazer, if you just do a really good articulation of something that's been done before,
it's laudable.
It's laudable. We talked about that. That's Bioshock 2.
Yeah.
That's Dishonored 2. Like we've talked about that. That is a cool and good thing to do and a noble goal.
Right.
This is not that in any way. And then to have the apologetics of the DLC throw insult onto insult.
Yeah.
With this is just beyond the pale. Like, oh no, we're sorry. You have health kits and can use as many weapons as you want now. Also, Fitzroy never did that, and also you don't have to be violent, and also now you can be stealthy. Are you happy now? No, like
No.
don't treat me that way.
No.
Like, do not treat your audience that way. It is like profoundly disrespectful. So
Yeah, no, and it just down to brass tacks. If you just look at what was put together, what they arranged and put out, it does not say anything. It does not have a valuable insight into anything about humanity. I don't think.
yeah,
Like,
yep, you don't. It feels deep.
Yeah.
It's deepish. Like, you have this sense of deepness that comes with it, but
Yeah.
when you actually look at what it's saying,
Yeah.
it's saying high school Denny's nihilism bullshit.
Yeah,
That is not worth saying out loud.
No, it's a thought that you have, and then you examine and then don't say. Yeah,
Like,
no, it's just
you grow out of this.
Yeah, like, it's fine. You grow out of objectivism. You grow out of liking Kevin Smith. It's fine. Everybody goes through it, but like. For fuck's sake. Yeah, no, it's just cynical and shitty.
Yep. And it makes me feel like gross.
Yeah. Again,
know,
a
the
sweatshirt made of cockroaches.
Yeah. It makes me feel like I'm being crawled upon. Like, it's just gross. It is a gross thing. And those moments that are good that, which I honestly thought there were more of when we first started the episode, but then I was like, no, actually a lot of this is horseshit.
Yeah.
Those moments that actually are kind of cool, those set piece moments, are not dependent on the bad things. Like, they could exist in a vacuum. There's a good game you could have built around them. What's very frustrating is it sounds like they did.
Yeah.
And then
they
tossed it
said
in the
nope.
trash. So, I don't know, man. What a terrible game.
Yeah.
Just really bad. Interesting the way it's terrible. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
This was fun to record.
Fun to record. It's got Indigo Prophecy appeal, where it's like, yeah, this is horseshit, but like, what interesting horseshit.
Mm-hmm.
Still horseshit at the end of the day, though.
Yeah.
Blues, gray skies are going to clear up
Yeah.
here real quick, just so everyone knows. So, like, I know some people like the negative episodes, some people do not. But it is, and we had two kind of negative ones in a row, even though this is a far sight more negative than Empire.
Oh yeah.
But we are out of the negative hole.
Yes.
For at least the next month.
Yes.
At least as far as I'm concerned. I can only speak for myself. But
I don't know. I've only played one of them, but like, fuck, I've got a lot of good things to say about Papers, Please.
Yeah, it's an incredibly unpleasant game that manages to be really good, as opposed to a game that's very unpleasant because it tells me that MLK is, bad. So
I think that's it. We've been going for a while, Gary.
Yeah, this is a really long ass episode. The next episode is going to be Papers, Please.
The next episode is going to be a Dispatch.
Oh yeah, Dispatch. If you're a patron, look out for that.
Mm-hmm.
If you're getting this on early release, we'll put up the call for questions pretty soon.
Yep.
We have questions still from last month.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we're going to do that. We add these to kind of a spreadsheet. We'll kind of break those up the same way. It'll be similar to last time.
Mm-hmm.
We will get to your question.
Yes.
No matter what. Either it will show up eventually, or it will show up in we'll do a Duckfeed Presents kind of clearinghouse episode. So we will get your questions. After that, it is Papers, Please, Frostpunk, and Stalker,
Shadow of Chernobyl.
Yep. If you have anything to say about this month's games, if you're getting this on early release, you still have time to ask those questions.
Mm-hmm.
Hit us up at Duckfeed.tv/contact.
Yep.
And if you have anything to say about next month's games, do the same.
Yeah. If you're hearing this part of the episode, you've already patronized us, so thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. We really do appreciate it.
Yeah.
If you haven't, you can leave us a rating and review, but we will not harangue you for additional support. We just really appreciate your support and welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome to the ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's about it. Oh, and just, we're going to be in Milwaukee. We've said it a few times. We won't say it every single thing we record, but we're going to be in Milwaukee at the Midwest Gaming Classic, talking about game creation software. The guy who ran the convention said, do you have a name for the panel? And I had to make up something.
Oh, yeah.
The name is Playing at Creation, Finding the Fun in Mario Paint and Friends.
Yeah.
So that is essentially what we're going to be doing.
Yes. It'll be a good time. We're going to have a booth. We're going to be there. We'll have a meetup. Watch online for all of those details.
Yep. It's going to be a grand old time. I love going to Milwaukee.
It's good.
Yeah, we have reached the stretch goal for a third live show.
We have. We blew past it. It's back there in the mist, baby.
Back there in the mist, baby. So stay tuned for news about that as well. Mm-hmm. That's on my list of things to start working on. Yep. And I think that what that's going to be is like a rotating kind of place.
Yeah.
Like I think we'll do Portland and we'll probably do Milwaukee because Milwaukee is nice and centrally located and they like us there and we like them. But that third one we'll probably jump around a little bit.
Yeah, jump
So
around.
if you want to see us go to some lesser known areas and kind of closer to you, I am open to hearing about cons.
Yeah, let us know.
I say that every time, but like hit me up on Twitter and I want to know more about these ones. I have certain ones I know about, but I want to know about other ones as well.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably about it.
Think so. Thank you so much, everybody, for listening. We'll be back next week.
Yeah, and until next time, watch out for high school centrism.
Yeah.
And watch out for living a life like waking up at like 50 or 55 or whatever and realizing like most of your art comes from a perspective that there can be no perspective.
Yeah.
And just like think about how you'll feel if you wake up like that.
Yeah. Think about how you'll feel if your only ideology is everybody settle down.
Yeah. Exactly.
Fucking Howard Schultz.
Yeah. Can people just please stop with the complaining? Like, come on. Come on.
I'll cut on one of those come-ons,
Okay.
or I will cut right after this.
All right, dude.
Cool. Oh, man. I feel like I just lanced a boil.
Yeah. It's good. It's good, though. Good to get it out of the way.